Swag walk. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. This time I ran some extra ads and did some extra errands, so maybe people will be out of ad jail for longer. But hello. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, Higgy Brit, Pup T, Dr. Seven, Bad Guy, Space Kitty? I want to continue doing the funny of yesterday with the zero spread spore bloom. Maybe we could apply that to other guns in funny ways. Like I want to try it with Ford Scattergun or with Repulsor even. And just kind of see how that works out. I was also taking a peek at class options, and like Hunter might provide more here than Gunslinger or Spore Bloom. But I think if I switch to Ford Scattergun, then it's back to Gunslinger being better. Ripenheart worth getting? I'd honestly say ultimately that basically every item is worth getting because they're actively balancing the game. And also most items have some sort of unique function. You do eventually get to a point where some are just better than others. Like I don't see the heart that's like gray health conversion, and you get mod power in exchange for gray health. I don't see that one being good, but it's just an arbitrary example. I don't think Ripen Heart is bad. Where is it? Yeah, like you get a good amount of healing, especially if you have triage. It's like a slightly staggered regular Dragonheart. And there can be situations where that's good. If you're taking a bunch of like little chips. Yeah. I see that not being bad. There's better hearts for that, but that's not the point. Okay, so yeah, as you can see I have Hunter slapped on right now. The Hunter's focus is interesting damage-wise, and Retort made me aware of something funny you can do. So Deadly Calm, I believe it was, like persists through swaps as long as you don't stop aiming. Yeah, Deadly Calm. I had to check the combo real quick. So it's some basically free crit chance. And upgraded, that would be a significant amount of crit damage. So I guess we start working on Deadly Calm. That'd be cool. But while we're here, Ford Scattergun with that spread is funny. It's just funny. Remember his Bulldog multi-pellet? I believe so. Coach Gun is Slug. I think all the others are multi-pellet. rate for Bulldog to liking what I'm seeing. Yeah. Repulsor. I feel like with this spread, it could maybe be a lot more desirable. Because this gun's got the issues of, like, uptime, and it's a little inaccurate. Maybe something we investigate today as well. I want to use all the shotguns. And there's no real need to do this with Coach Gun. It's already very accurate, and it's a slug, so it's not really bandit friendly. Probably just run Slayer, or I guess you'd run Deadly Calm here. And then that frees up the other slot for something else. Yeah. Anyway. For the moment, let's go back to Gunslinger. And I want to try Ford Scattergun. See how that goes. I don't see it being better than, Spore Bloom, but you never know. The main thing I get with using Ford Scattergun over Spore Bloom is I get my mod slot. So there's got to be ways we can leverage that effectively. Just raw damage from Hotshot makes a lot of sense. We get the debuff and the range crit chance from corrosive rounds, though. I'm always a fan of getting that debuff. Fire rate from overflow could be cool. Let's just go with Hotshot for now. If I were to do a fresh run through on hardcore, you have recommended gear level archetype max? Not really. I'd recommend keeping your levels as low as possible, as much as possible throughout the run, so that if you ever get to a boss that you really need to force your way through, you can then upgrade after stepping foot in that map, so that you can over-level bosses. Like, for example, that's what I do for Annihilation, to make that a little bit faster for my basically ZDBS preferences. Yeah. So for Scattergun, I can go with more damage over here, honestly. I could go with Stone Malevolence, though, and just always have my rounds active. That sounds fun. Outcast Ring, not as relevant. We're doing Scattergun, so I think I'm gonna go more damage again. Singed Ring makes sense. I'm doing Hotshot. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Definitely less DPS than Spore Bloom, but could be fun. Ammo's definitely gonna be a problem. Yeah, pick up the healing mod would be my recommendation as well. Pick up Healing Shot at the start. Start with the class that has the weapons you want most. Like, I like starting with Archon for Enigma, but others have pointed out that starting Engineers is really good too, because you get a Shatter Cannon and a Pulse Rifle. Yeah. Hey, McBain, thank you for the 21 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, Axel, how you doing? Hey, Trad Time. Should I not upgrade weapons at all? Is there a sweet spot like +2 won't increase power level any? So the power level will just increase as you go through more and more maps. It'll increase faster if you increase your power level. Like, I believe the minimum Quag jiggling. I believe the minimum for Annihilation, based off of my own personal experience, is 14. Even if you get there with your power level at like 10 or 11, it'll still be 14. So I don't really know what happens if you say have power level 14. Does it then generate as 15? Does it then generate as higher than that? Thank you for testing, but also maybe you don't want to do that. Because you can put yourself in a situation where you're going to force yourself to grind resources in order to get back on level, and you will not be stronger for it. Because things scale to you, upgrading doesn't always mean you're getting stronger. And the first few upgrade levels, at least for, you know, weapon damage, are the most impactful anyway. Based on the overall percentage of base damage increase. Could do Whetstone and Bleed. I'm kind of vibing with that Talisman of the Sun if we're doing hotshot uptime. Maybe be decent. Yeah, this goes. Need my other consumables. We'll go Force Montu's Tonic. I was kind of underwhelmed by Root Water. Let's Dark Cider. Do I have any chilled steam? Shadeberry instead. Have Shadeberry. I do. Let's do Shadeberry. A little bit of mod gen. How's everyone today? Really annoyed that in this suburban area, it's the norm to, on a weekday at 10:30 a.m., use the loudest leaf blower ever invented. That annoys me. But other than that, I'm chilling. I don't complain about this game, the power level scaling thing. I hate having to think about that sort of stuff. It's a little counterintuitive. But like, it's kind of necessary with the non-linear nature of it. Because like otherwise what would happen if levels were always matched what you had available when you went in, but like it was dynamic? Then you would never need to upgrade ever. Like it's one of those, it's weird, but the alternatives are so much worse, because they could either create circumstances where everything is cheesable, or circumstances where leveling up is literally pointless except to make the numbers bigger, but the enemies don't need the bigger numbers anyway, so it's like whatever. The system's weird, but it works is the point. Hey, moon-based Tom.
Jiglin sub quag jiglin quag jiglin quag jiglin quag jiglin.
Quag jiglin. Love jiglin. Thank you so much for that 9 months, Tom. Always good to see you. I really appreciate the continued support. Thank you. How you doing? I hope things are going well on your end. I'm gonna want a long shot here for sure. Let's go long shot, triage, regrowth. Vigor. One siphoner. Let's see how the spread is. Okay, I do want the trait. I think that's enough. So we go fortify. That leaves me 10. I like Glutton here. Glutton fucks. Yeah, let's see how this goes. How goes it? It goes well. We're making shotguns not act like shotguns because it's funny. Making accuracy high enough that my aim gets even worse. I don't know what I should challenge myself with next. Start hardcore or go to Apoc. Going to Apoc will make your eventual hardcore easier. Worth noting. Gives you more tools to play around with. Go. Okay, I deserve that. Counterpoint, though. You could just not. Forgot I have Frenzy Dust on. Hey Rolo, how are you? Put my system or difficulty selection scale more aggressively for zone power levels. Basically, need your settings. You just always scale to you and not matter. Harder difficulties require level gear. There's always going to be downside to any system with the replayability of nature design. But like that's how it works. That's basically you kind of described how it works. Like you can brute force your way through easier difficulties without really worrying too much about item levels, provided you're in solo. Because there's less HP, they do less damage. You don't really need to worry as much. On higher difficulties, well, being under leveled really puts you at a disadvantage because fights are longer. So it stacks up. I don't want to say exponentially, that's not the right word, but it does. It is a cascading effect. It's better playing in higher difficulty if that's what you enjoy. Like, define better. Do it more harshly. Does it make the problem worse? I don't understand. More scrap and drops and so on. Depends. Like if you're able to clear exactly as efficiently, like kill the same amount of bosses and enemies in the same amount of time, then yeah, technically you get more stuff. For example, on Nightmare and Apoc, killing world bosses gets you a simulacrum on top of their other rewards. On Apoc, if your total archetype level is high enough, you start getting the highest tier of relic fragments. So like technically speaking, yeah. But overall for efficiency, if you are not killing as quickly, or if you're dying a bunch, then no, you won't be getting as many resources.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Because if your clear is slower, then, you know, you're getting less stuff. Answer, you're welcome. An important question.
Here we go.
Resource acquisition games with any amount of grinding that have selectable difficulty, it's always something that's gonna come up. Like, does this help me shorten the grind? And yeah, the answer is not really. Unless Simulacrum specifically is the goal, not really. Oh. That would help to break the ice to Apoc. Doing the game solo through. Just dive into the deep end. I very much enjoyed the experience of going from Vet to Apoc. I will say I consume the game a little bit differently. Just like looking at the perspective of Hunter Gunslinger players, for example, it's a totally different game. Kind of wild. Rotoro was sending me some clips, and Rotoro's been making some good YouTube content. Actually, you should check it out. Things like 5-second Shrewd, just 5 seconds on Apoc, just 5 seconds. Because going all in on DPS is a little bit crazy in this game, especially in the gun department. But I kind of like playing it at somewhat of a slower pace. It's just my my personal preference and game flavor. And I like that the game supports that. Like, I'm not doing the full tank stuff, but definitely not going max damage. Your comment makes the problem a bit worse. Looking at it more make the intended design feature. Now you can make a new character and play Apoc only for levels under geared. Sustain ramp up, you drastically under geared to catch up to the curves level up. But like, why though? That sounds actively frustrating and unfun because the resource economy already makes it so it's very easy to get under leveled and punishes you experimenting the slightest bit ever. And that means if you're trying to, for example, use 2 different long guns or 2 different sidearms in an Apoc playthrough, you are looking at adding double-digit hours of adventure mode grinding. Which, any decision that's going to say, hey, grind more instead of playing the game, I am automatically against. And the opposite of that for the easier settings, yeah, I'm talking about the harder difficulties as well, though. I don't want to be told, hey, grind if you want to play and have the slightest bit of challenge. Like, I don't want to play Survivor. I want to play Apoc. But, like, I don't want to be told, hey, go grind scrap and iron, which you can't really get without doing a full adventure and then going to Cass and hoping she has a decent amount. Grind that until your eyeballs bleed. That sounds horrible. I would immediately start using Cheat Engine if the game changed to reflect that. So I think that's indicative of maybe not the best idea. Like, increasing grind does not make the game better for anyone. If you want to grind more, grind more. There don't need to be more systems in place enforcing it. That's my take anyway. reloads are a bit annoying. Not getting very lucky in my bandit. Ow. What happened there? Why did I just not hit the button? Why my brain no worky? It's the 4 a.m. confessions. It was 6 a.m. this time. Yeah, reloading's kind of an issue here. I also want to run Provisioner's Room. Do I need Singed? How much does Talisman do it? I don't really have fantastic rounds uptime because I am spending so much time reloading. What if I just run something else up here? Like, do I just go back to Void? Like, that wasn't bad damage at all. That was actually pretty good damage for what I'm doing, but I'm not quite satisfied. See what you mean. I'm very opposed to grinding as well. Game should always be fun, not a chore, so I think this could lead to more freedom to explore and easier settings versus how it is now. But you're not just doing that, though. You are making the harder settings worse. That's not making more freedom, that's less. You're mistaking making one area worse with making the other one better. Like I said before, easier difficulties, particularly Survivor, are already forgiving enough in terms of, like, gear levels that you can get things to, like, +4, and then even if you're under-leveled, they have enough base damage where you're fine. Making it so you need to grind a lot for any individual weapon investment in a Nightmare or higher. If we're labeling Survivor, Vet as the lower difficulties and Nightmare, Apoc as the higher, then, like, no, hard pass. I do not agree. Because the resource economy is already punishing enough that lots of people in my friend group who really enjoyed From the Ashes and did not see the need to do so in that game are just using cheat engine to give themselves crafting resources in this game. Just bypassing the grind. Same logic as save editing in Borderlands 3. Like, I haven't done it yet, but I totally see why they do. Morning, Pascaroni. How you doing? Good to see you. Any weapons that are OP? Lots. Seems like you're not focusing on playing the game, Nif Bosna. You're focusing on minimizing the game. Play it. Enjoy it. Mess with stuff. See what you like. Have fun. The purpose of playing games is to have fun. I know the YouTube algorithm will tell you in all caps, best, best, best. It's stupid. Don't listen to it. Have fun. Suggestions negate the damage increases from bisected without losing damage output. Um, Stone Mist on Alchemist is good. Like, if you're already playing Alchemist, having the additional concoctions is a good way of getting extra survivability. But depending on your weapon choice, using Frenzy Dust isn't really a DPS increase, depending. Huge asterisk next to that. So Stone Mist can be a good amount of DR, stagger level, blight buildup decay rate, and immunity to status effects. This alone gives you more tank than most other things in the game individually. So, like, this can really help you. Especially with Alchemist already being naturally bulky by giving you access to, 4 of these things. Like, having, Mugtu's Tonic plus Bark Extract alone is a lot of tank, but you can also layer Dark Fluid on top of that. You can get Root Water if you really want to go all in on bulkiness. Want something to play this month? No, I totally understand. Totally understand. This is one of those games where, in my humble opinion at least, and how I consume the game, the process of slapping something on, seeing how you feel about it, that's where the real value is for me. But obviously that's a subjective thing. Some people want to get to at the maximum level of power they can in the least amount of time, and I can't say it's wrong to enjoy games that way, but I can say you will get less time out of games if you consume every game that way. I'm smart sometimes. Yeah, that doesn't count. I was having one more thought than my currently 2 awake brain cells could handle. Do not recommend. Okay, now we're good. Now. Wrong way. Mine never punished. Yeah, I feel like Scattergun's not really...
For now.
Like, if you add more fire rate... But at that point, I could use Repulsor. I guess the Seeker would be making better use of the mod slot. But so far, this just makes me want to go back to Spore Bloom. Spore Bloom the goat. Oh, fuck it, we'll actually do that. Not too many gear swaps to get there. That is if I keep track of what I was actually using. I was using Blackout, right? Actually, if I'm only running one reload ring, what's the other one? Spore Bloom's a bit nutty. It's so fun, and it's good. Spore Bloom is a classic. Last question. Question's always welcome. To play on higher difficulty and a boss or map, do I get better rings? No. Does not affect item drops at all, with the exception of leading the story on subsequent difficulties, starting with veteran. Will give you more and more account-wide item unlocks. There's 4 rings, an amulet, and a gun that are tied to hardcore. And then there's 1 melee, 1 gun, and 1 armor set tied to each difficulty: veteran, nightmare, Apoc. Other than that, difficulty only affects availability of top-tier relic fragments and whether or not you get simulacrum from world bosses. That's it. Let me actually check the spreadsheet. If I can't search in my inventory, I can search in this. Flashbang myself, it hurts. Outcast ring. I have that favorited. Go. Then in this slot, just go damage. I was wondering if I just go with range damage. Ring of Expanse. Expanse. Yeah, 12%. I'm only really doing range damage, so that's fine. Reducing the others. Yeah. Already like it. A lot of fun moving up difficulties, adjusting, tweaking the build to get the end result each time. Curious to see which way I'll go with it in Apoc. I like that too. And like, building on the thing I mentioned earlier about how this is from a non-hunter gunslinger perspective, and I really gotta stress that. Because the game does get very warped by that level of damage. It just becomes 5-second boss fights. Everything starts to feel different. Absolutely guarantee that people who are claiming there's no build diversity are comparing to Hunter Gunslinger. It's like, don't do that. Don't do that. It will ruin the game for you. Maybe they're trying to handler. There are some people who just don't build and then get annoyed when their lack of build didn't work. So yeah, could be that. Never touched Hunter class, played Gunslinger, crazy here, just how strong you're saying the combos, they stack multiplicative or something. They are each individually very, very good at boosting guns, is the short answer. So, it's almost like just over-specializing. If you want really big number with gun in really short window of time, without compromising your sustained DPS, that's the combo. Now, there's situations where, say, Hunter Invader can hit bigger individual numbers, but, like, it can't sustain that because Wormhole has a cooldown. Could have went tank and plowed through the game. Instead, I really feel like I challenged myself. Yeah, I feel like I got more of the experience that I wanted out of the game by not doing the full tank. There's an archetype that's very archetype combo that's as popular as Hunter Gunslinger. It's just in the other direction. Medic Summoner, I believe. Just an infinite relic spam build. So you just have infinite healing and bulk, and you just don't die to anything. Some people choose to play the game that way. Some people go Hunter Gunslinger, and then they melt every boss in 5 seconds or less. I prefer doing weirder stuff. That's how I get my enjoyment.
It is here.
I feel like I want a little more damage. Like, I have a lot of reload. Do I need Outcast Ring? It's a lot of reload speed, though. I want more damage. More. More damage. Showing from weird stuff, Kinky. You know it. Forget the name of the boss fight that has an ad you kill and the boss comes out and hit a weak spot. Tell them so fast fight is really nothing. Corruptor. Sounds like Corruptor. The very handsy dude and the big Dorito. Halfway through season 3 of BoJack. Nice move. Ready for Twisted Chantry to ruin my life. Really liking it? It's good to hear. Yeah, I've only ever heard good things about BoJack. It is one of those things that's very heavy. I don't think I got past season 2 because sometimes it's like, oh, why am I not enjoying this? Oh, I'm having a panic attack. That's why. It doesn't make it not good though. That was weak spotting with Enigma, I just realized. I'm different. Ow. Ever permission to just fully hibernate before Phantom Liberty drops? Absolutely. Get my permission and my blessing. It looks so fucking good, Ken. I'm so excited. Shared this concern with Viper. I just hope the game gets some, I don't know, difficulty tuning. If not, I'll just use increased difficulty mods as soon as those are made. Like, increased level cap and all those extra toys. Game's gonna get easy. But new toys to play with. My cat's after 2 BoJack characters. Mine are after Brooklyn Nine-Nine characters. Doing combat AI tweaks. Yeah, that'll help. Just like the scaling and stuff as well, though. It's very easy to get way higher damage than you ever needed. Like Princess starting to panic about being 40 and still single with no family. I think watching her cook through it is really nice. Yeah, just like characters dealing with actual real things people think about and
Come and get some.
acting through their responses like real people would. There's something compelling about that. I did spirits because I got a customer. Roger that. Like, I'm not one-tapping unless I hit a weak spot, and if I was Hunter, I would be. I mean, I'm one-tapping there. Maybe I am one-tapping. I was closer, though. I guess it's just the edge of my range. No, that's still pretty long range. I don't know why those first couple didn't. Never mind, I'm happy with it. Yeah, max range. I guess I missed a pellet. Difficult to do. I think it's healthy seeing the response that away. Yeah. There's some catharsis in the end that other people have shit they don't really know how to deal with and have to work their way through as well. Even fictional other people. Like, calling it enjoying struggle wouldn't... Like, that's not the right label. That sounds a little too toxic. But it's like appreciation for other people having journeys they have to go through, making yours seem not that bad. There's a lot of dodging in circles for that one.
Holy hell.
Writers write it that well because they're dealing with the two. None of us are alone. Yeah. Comforting. I mean, no, writer's bad. Corporation's good. Sure, AI will be able to move us to the same degree. Of course. What is the point of this top? It's just a return trip, but like it's so misleading. Zania's mouth would go extra hard here, but fine. Deserve that. Work. That's why I want to run Living Will, because Frenzy does... If I'm running Bulletstorm, Frenzy does isn't really more damage. Ooh, I can try Hunter now. I do want to see how Hunter does, because Hunter's focus is good damage, and this frees up some trait points. I could take Barkskin if I want to be a little more bulky. I don't hate that idea. Just see how that goes. Like, I don't have Bulletstorm anymore. I get extra weak spot damage. Less reload speed. Let's see how this works out. I don't really need to sit. Oh yeah, I was gonna do Living Will. I should have sat. Oh well. Or Frenzied Dust it is. For science, you know?
Okay, this is it.
Yeah, that's Hunter damage. Also really like King of the Hill. King of the Hill is sometimes it's a little dry for me to enjoy, but like there's bits of it I appreciate. Yeah. King of the Hill is almost British humor levels of dry, you know? Minions. I shouldn't have pushed that phase. This is why we have Enigma.
Damn, this ain't good.
Stuck in a corner. Ouchies. Trying to use Shroud against multiple targets like this is tough. Oh, I'm stuck on terrain. Okay. Learning though, getting good information. I didn't mean to phase the tree like that, it just took a stray hit. I was trying to keep it at low. I do have Hunter damage now. I don't want to go back to reload here. Did I forget to favorite this thing again? I did. Okay, let's try this again. Any y'all drop ammo? You did. Wonderful.
Won't fit.
There was another one. Where I like Gunslinger more. Bullet Storm would be great for that exact situation. But, you know, being smarter also works. It's not dead and you still spawn. Enigma can just do Enigma things peacefully. I don't have enough stagger damage to knock it out of that burrow animation. Unfortunate. Mess with Repulsor? Briefly. I could slap it on this setup and see how it does. That's the thing with Hunter Shroud, it's like awkward if you have bad aim. It's really good though. Or not Hunter Shroud, Hunter's Focus. I keep saying Shroud. Focus. I suppose Shroud's also good with Spore Bloom, if I space it out and don't do the bandit approach. I guess I could afford to give up the spread relic fragment using this skill. It's just the downtime. Downtime's a little monka. Gunslinger's comfy. Good Sidewinder. That's always silly fun. Sidewinder, swap, shoot. Sure shot. Then the spread bonuses are mostly wasted. I'll shoot double barrel. Nah, just go with this. Let's do more repulsor. You bringing it up made me want to do it. We'll do it. Stick with the extra reload speed. This Thanksgiving, I will not eat the white man's white meat. I feel like I missed some context. Oh, King of the Hill. Right, okay. I get it. I just read something that requires more context. Is that a left field? Okay. It's a Moo Girl chat message, so yeah. Let's see how Bandit Repulsor feels. In theory, this should just be like better Scattergun. On average. Scattergun with rounds should be better, but like maintaining round uptime. Gross. Boy, a Blood Moon. My favorite mechanic in Remnant 2. Very spammable. Damage does feel a bit unremarkable. I'm certainly shooting a lot. Guess the dough is dying. I was gonna give it a chance. I was gonna heal it. I was gonna fight the Ravager. But no, you just sealed its fate. Unbelievable. Kill him every time I see him. It's the only play at this point. Like, what else could we even do? That's how it's gotta be. Got twice by them. There was one that that hit me, procced my Black Cat band, and then like one of the Doritos shot me while I was still staggered. And then during my death animation, I saw the same doe that hit me just immediately jump off a cliff to its death. Like, it wasn't even trying to live. It was just being a dick. First, I felt really bad shooting the doe. Like, I really didn't want to do it. After getting knocked down out of nowhere 100 times. Sorry, bud, you gotta go. Exactly. My job here is done. Gonna get stuck on the air. Okay. My momentary distraction at that. Okay. I was like, wait, what? Notice they don't have much ground loot compared to the first one. AKA the green pickup loot item. Yeah. That combined with scrap being a little more spoken for in other areas does mean that it's taking longer to get to the point where I have piles of consumables to be used. Have a good one. Sorry I wasn't so chatty today. Tired later. Hey, that's okay, Pascaroni. I totally feel it. I'm also having a bit of a tired day. Stayed up too late playing Baldur's Gate again. I'm in playthrough 2, so now I'm experimenting with stuff I didn't get to see last time. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate you. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. Just set up this playthrough. Dark Urge, Oathbreaker Paladin. I've got Astarian dual wielding hand crossbows. That's per your recommendation with sharpshooter. Pretty gross. I had him as Arcane Trickster first playthrough because like I just never bothered to respec him. I was just kind of clicking through those first couple level ups when I didn't understand systems, and I just never respec him. But like, yeah, that extra bonus action from Thief is crazy. I briefly tried early game Monk and hated it. It's actually just shit. Sure, if you want Strength Monk with Tavern Brawler, it would be fine until you get the gear from, like, from the Astral Plane. But, like, before then, it's actually just awful. Hey Cal, how you doing? The Tavern Brawler though, yeah. At that point, you could probably Tavern Brawler Barbarian and be better. Because it also applies to throw. And Berserker gets Frenzied Throw. Early Monk being terrible is reflective of the tabletop. Gets real good later, though. Yeah, for sure. Later on, you just have basically unlimited movement. You don't need to fly because you can jump farther anyway. Like, even if you could fly, jumping would still be better. You basically can't be hit. You can knock back better than everyone else. And knocking things off cliffs is so powerful in BG3. Very good, just submitted my master's thesis. Yeah, boy, let's go. Let's go, Cal. Fucking proud of you. That's awesome. That's a huge milestone. Congrats. Got Thief of the Party seems great. Yeah, just like getting a second bonus action at level 3. It's really, really, really good. Especially you can, if you dual wield hand crossbows, you can shoot the offhand one with bonus actions. So you get 3 ranged attacks per round from level 3, and you can take sharpshooter with your first feat. So you get plus 10 damage on each of those, not a 1d10, just plus 10. Crazy. There's a bunch of ways to theorycraft that too. There's a helmet you can get later in the game that gives you an extra bonus action if you start your turn with under 50% HP. So URAD builds incoming. And this elite is... Oof. Or your goddamn weak spot. Go just Enigma you. And not having anything explosive is a lot harder to deal with. .6. Yeah, destroying those does so much damage. Still early on in Act 2 in my BG3 run, I was thinking about respecting my pure Berserker to get level 3 Thief, Berserking an extra bonus action. Yeah, Thief Barb Fighter I can vouch for, because I did Barb Fighter, my first playthrough I set up one character as 11 Fighter, 1 Barb. Because action search, and then fighters get 3 attacks. There's multiple ways you can get, like, 3 main action attacks innately. Like, you could go enhanced attack weapon on Warlock, plus extra attack from any other class. That gets you there, too. That's what I set up Will as by the end of my first playthrough, and he was hitting like 4 attacks per action per round with Hex up. So like Will was unironically just soloing dragons before anyone else in my party could do anything. Get in range, bonk, 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 dead. But if you inject Thief in, then you get the bonus action economy going, and that gets really interesting. Because, like, you don't even have to use that on attacks. Like, you get Cunning Dash is really good. If you have sources of, like, Misty Step, or if you have, Awakened Illithid powers. You can just say Black Hole, and then start AoEing. What does Action Surge do? Gives you another action. You get it once per short rest. You get it at level 2 of Fighter. It gives you another action. It doesn't cost an action or a bonus action. It's just +1 action. Talking BG3? Yeah. I'd find time and money to play both Baldur's Gate and Remnant. I don't think you will.
I like that.
I don't think you will. Trying to play both games at once has gotten me to the point where I'm doing like 19-hour gaming days. Soon, skill issue. Okay, that's good damage. Pulse are pleasantly surprising me there. Oh. Going out of the arena so you can attack me, really? That's cool, Caleb. Cool. Okay, Repulsor, if you get a good bandit streak, is, like, real good. Because the mod will give you the damage boost against bosses without you having to deal with the time delay issue. Bullet Storm makes it full auto, and gives you more fire rate. I like that a lot. Now, of course, Hunter Gunslinger would be like, hey, I have, second hunter skill. Just burr. But fuck you. Pick one, play it or the other for a day, otherwise get 0 sleep. Yeah, carp game. Yeah, definitely. Hop in a work meeting stream. Sounds good. Also need targeting tool. No. It's just I didn't bother to switch from what I was using for mobbing. For that fight, I would definitely run Gambler over targeting tool. It's still this accurate without targeting jewel on because of the other stuff I have. But I didn't bother to switch. I have too many rings favorited. Did I unfavorite targeting jewel? Where is it? Where is it? What do you even look like? Crazy. Oh, there it is. I was looking for a more green. I don't even look at the names anymore. I have to look at the actual rings themselves, otherwise you can never find anything. How's my poop stockpile? I have 53 pieces of poop in my bag. I could use more. You really caught my BG3 time. I am worried about... No, you're not. I mean, you probably are, but you don't need to be. It's fine. It's healthy. Perfectly natural.
Here they come.
Yeah, Pris, I think for our co-op, I'm gonna do, like, action economy archer stuff. Which means I can take care of, like, lockpicking and stuff, too. I'm thinking thief, ranger, fighter. Oh, just power games and theme. A bit of both. Also, regarding like power gaming solo, you brought up the owlbear as a difficult encounter. It's not. Level 4, 3 rogue to get thief, 1 fighter, or level 5 would be more optimal because then you get 2 fighter. Astarion soloed it, the owlbear, before it could take any actions for me. Now I'm still not playing on tactical yet because I want to do one more. I want to do Dark Urge not on tactical because I anticipate I'm gonna get into some fights that I haven't seen before.
Great. Bad news.
But like, you can take illusion cantrip to make the owlbear start the fight looking in the wrong direction, so that you can get free sneak attack without having to the bonus action hide, and then you also get the 2 offhand shots. And if you do that with a poisoned weapon, that can kill or sleep it in 1 round. Double HP, super doable. really interested in how the game will change in Tactician. Prison's been keeping me posted a little bit. Some encounters are more enemies, some encounters are like, they make better use of certain strats, like thirsting kills on downed party members. Even on balance, they've been pretty aggressive about, hey, that's a nice cliff you're standing on. Be a shame if I, ooped ya. I have to go, where the fuck do you go? I'm only doing this because I need Corrupted Luminite. Like, Igor sucks. Ah yes, 96 damage from my shotgun. Reverse, nice. You have root grab too? Gross. Do about 80%, but I don't think Owlbear is that bad. It's just an easy benchmark of the type of thing you need answers to consistently. Yeah, I think early game it is something that's more relevant because high HP can't really AC tank with what's available. Like, if it gets attacks off, you're kind of in a bad way. But I think that Fighter Thief with Illusion Cantrip is the solution to that, like, throughout the game. There's also a case for Assassin. Assassin gets a bonus action at the start of every fight. It's either a bonus, another bonus action, or another main action. I forget which. And like their action always gets refreshed. So if you start by sneak attacking a non-aggroed entity, then you get another action anyway, and then you get another one. But for thirsting kills like that, like you can talk the owlbear down and then do all that. So Assassin might be better than Thief for some of those. Reverse, nice. Yes. Something I'm trying to take advantage of is using water. So like lightning does more damage to lightning and cold do more damage to things that are wet. So I'm just carrying around water and just throwing it and then using spells. Much more efficient. Deal with bigger fights. One-on-one won't be the hardest. If it was, I'd just say Barrelmans and move on. Darkness. You abuse the ever-loving shit out of darkness. I mean, that doesn't work if you're against things that have dark vision, but, like, darkness. Whether it's the actual darkness, like, standard one, or once you get, Hunger of Hadar, then, like, you're GG. Hunger of Hadar is crazy. It is quite literally just, no, I am the one playing the game, not you. Also try to take advantage of water by carrying around more. I'm trying to hydrate more. See, you're doing it the correct way. I'm doing it the, no, not like that way. People always tell me to drink more water. I promise to use the water. And the arrows are incredible for interacting with terrain, changing conditions. I love to use acid early in a round to lower AC for my barbs attacks. That's something I need to use more as well. That's a good shout. I've started to pay attention to like weirder things Like, if you ever get restrained with a net or webs, then you just intentionally hit yourself with fire. Like, that's where Fireball is great. You ever get entangled, just make sure you're on the edge of your AoE. Easy as that. The hag fight in Act 1, like, she kept hanging out in, like, the dark parts of the room, so I kept having disadvantage, so getting rid of all the clones was tough, because you just need to, like, damage them. So I was using, on my character, the boots that do psychic damage when you jump. Like, there's no save to avoid it. It's not AC based or anything, so it's for one psychic damage, but it's like, hey, pop. And throwing alchemist fire on everyone else, because it makes the ground on fire. I don't need to hit you, I just need to hit the ground you're on. Stuff like that's been really useful. Understanding how to do guaranteed damage. Because, like, there's obvious ways people are used to doing that. People have been doing for 40 years, stuff like magic missile. But doing it for free, i.e. not spell slots, big deal. I also initially hated how, like, little you can cast on a warlock. But then I played more, and I'm like, oh, no, this actually makes sense, because Warlock is fucking broken, and the slots come back on short rest. So. Let's see if I actually memorize this. 5, 0, 4, 0, 3, 4, 0? Is that it? Oh, just in time to see my spread go up, back up in real time. 5 seconds. This happened during the Ravager fight yesterday. Cute. Ethel down, she doesn't surrender in the house, so I had to low HP her twice. You fight her in the house? I didn't. I did this last night. I actually had to do it again because I accidentally killed her before she could surrender. Because I scored a hit and it was like, hey, do you want to smite? I was like, hell yeah, I want to smite. I like damage, and then the smite did too much damage.
Do you think that you're here on a quest? Join me.
Okay, I will join you. Actually killed her damn Eldritch Blast, but so I reloaded that. How you find an Eldritch Blast? Your first Warlock experiences. There's a popular Warlock subclass that was omitted from the game, and some people were annoyed about it, but like, I see why. I totally see why. You can still kind of do it. Just requires items. Back to the ward. More shotgun stuff. I want to experiment more. A lot stronger than the other cantrips without gear support. Yeah. Yeah. And then there's also gear support you can put into it. That's the crazy thing. I think most of that stuff is not until Act 3. Like, you can support poison cantrips easier, because you get the staff from the hag in Act 1, you get the robe from the phase spider, which I accidentally knocked off a cliff and didn't care enough to reload and do it again. I was trying to kill it with fall damage, not with full cliff. Like, you can get poison cantrips way stronger in Act 1, but by the time you get to 3, like, you could run around clicking 4 beam Eldritch Blast, or 3 beam with an extra 1d8 on each of them, sitting at 24 plus charisma. Pretty crazy.
Hey, I can tell you. Be sure to come back for some stew.
I just achievement pinata. Yeah, I got the gem.
Well,
That's something I actually didn't do on first playthrough. Instead I got the amethyst from a different place. There's a place you can get it in Act 3. I don't know if it only happens if you didn't get it in Act 1, but there's a place you can get it in Act 3.
don't be a stranger, okay?
Like Rogue and Barb most, what I played, good power, was less brainless. I don't like Barb, honestly. I think Barb is just so far massively inferior fighter. Like, massively. And I don't like that. Tell me off air about that? Yeah, we'll do. What's Mudtooth Stew like? So there's dialogue and, like, notes from other characters. They're like, they don't know what's in it, but, like, some people have reactions to it like they've been drugged.
We're finished here.
So, I don't know, maybe Mudtooth puts meth in his stew. We can't be certain. I want to mess with Hellfire. I've heard that it's not great. I've held off on upgrading. Upgrade Sara. I've wanted to mess with that for a while. Try anything once, try anything twice. Advantage on all attacks and resistance to all almost damage is really nice. That's true, but, like, it's easy enough to get resistance, I found. I mean, this could be late game bias as well. This could be comparing late game fighter to late game par. That's maybe unfair. Like, Great Weapon Master, you already get bonus action attacks pretty easily. Going Battle Master, is that the name of it? The superiority die subclass is insanely good for fighter. Like, insanely good. I just like having those features. You can get one superiority die per rest with a feat, but you can instead just have the full class and then go Great Weapon Master and be stupid. Like, I still took 1 barb level on Karlach for the very slight resist. She was 11 fighter by the end. Level this. I want to mess around with Feral Judgment a while ago. Okay. Out of Galvanized Iron. So what can I do to squeeze more damage out of this? I really like Void Idol for the ammo economy. But there's definitely more damage to be had in that slot. Where's the range? What's the name of that thing? I guess there's also hyperconductor. Oh, Dr. 7, do you happen to still be here? I have a question. Gunfire Security Lanyard plus Bandit could be pretty fun for some weapons. Between Amplitude and Resonance, you know which, if any, apply to the Challenger Stomp skill? Right, cool, refreshing Dr. 7 with Mudtooth Stew. They pair perfectly. No idea? Okay, I was just curious. Because I want to make the stomp work. It's just, it sucks. So, there's that. Let's re-up these. Really want the Shade Berry. No strong drink? No, I don't think I do. Let's see, do I not have any Dark Cider? Collab coming to DLC 1.
Back!
Yeah, I didn't have any. Weird.
Be sure to come back for some stew.
We'll do, extract them. Let me see. The conditions for keeping your extra concoctions is a little inconsistent. That's okay. I didn't really make any progress towards more deadly comm levels there. My boots that weigh 9. I'm trying to see how this works out. Would I go Flatcaster here? No. Go Expertise. Primary Challenger. I could get away with not running Black Cat. One more world left till Root Earth. Let's go. On Apoc, you're crushing it, Rolo. You got it. Your favorite gun? Not necessarily best or powerful. Favorite's probably Spore Bloom. I really loved using it from the Ashes, and it's still awesome in this game. It's one of those that requires enough investment that it, of course, got the Reddit calls it bad treatment, which is a badge of honor in my opinion, and it makes me like it even more. Getting 30 mod power per reload doesn't sound bad. What if I went even more reload speed? Hey Super, how you doing? Sawed off Bessus. Sawed off is pretty good. Talking about. That's good DPS. That's good DPS. I could maybe afford to get rid of that and grab skill duration. So much reload speed over here. I don't have much tank because choice and concoction. Wonder, let's see, how's my spread? Oh, that's so much worse. Monka. Makes such a big difference. With spread there. Huh. What rings? Focus Jewel. Reduces up to 35% over 3.5 seconds. A long time. There are 2 separate rings that do that. Huh. Point focus ring. It's just 35%. Yeah, point focus ring. DLC, you think I'd a world or a game mode first? I'd probably put my money on world. Though we did get them simultaneously with From the Ashes. So, I don't know. There we go. There we go. That lets me have my HP concoction. Guess I can sell relic dust. Let's do another one. More Spore Bloom stuff. This time, instead of Alchemist, we're doing Challenger flavor. Let's do Narude. I'm feeling Narude. Kind of hoping for Shahala because it's weak spottable. Cool. Wag wanting to do Shahala? What's going on? It's been 2 hours already. Remnant still destroys my sense of time. Almost 300 hours in, and this game is still just absolutely ruining my ability to understand the concept of time. Big Boy Toboggan dropped today. Yeah, I saw that. I saw you posted that. That was definitely a drop. Yeah, I saw that when I checked official to do my quarterly BMP slander. Did you guys know that in Borderlands 3, BMT is not actually an acronym for Cloning Maddening Tracker. It's an acronym for Hex But Bad. It's the HBB, yeah.
They're pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this.
Why is it certainly not quarterly? Listen, you gotta spread the good word whenever you remember to. And confirm amplitude effects challenges for skill. Okay. I want to make it work for some amount of damage. I'm thinking amplitude and then as much cast speed as you can get. It's gotta be the way. Like Jester's Bell. Probably not the one that's cast speed on kill because it's consumed.
Your presence creates new, interesting possibilities. I have many questions.
2019 gaming. Message unclear, handler good. Understandable. It's really impressive how easy they've made it for you to change your whole playstyle in any time. Yeah. It's one of those things that I think of when I mention how Remnant 2 respects your time as a player. Like, if you want to try out different loadouts with stuff you already have, you just can. There's no respec costs, not anymore. There was with Orb of Undoing, but they changed that. There's no, you're in combat, you can't do it. Just, no, you want to change the loadout, you can. And that's great. They removed the scrap cost from respec was crazy at launch. Yeah, especially because scrap economy was even worse back then. Everyone still had more stuff they were spending that scrap on top of that. And then you also had to pay for trait respec. It was at the point where I wasn't changing my traits for like any build. Very glad it's not like that anymore. Games like Diablo 4 and Borderlands want to punish you for trying new things, which feels like it needs to go the way of having a live system. It's really interesting, Jaybridge. It's become the norm in looters to just say fuck you to the concept of respecting your time as if that's, like, necessary. And hardcore, like, the kind of looter players who want every game to be a looter, those people eat it up because I have it, and they conflate tradition with it actually being a good thing, which it isn't. It's very strange. Like, it's just such a garbage game design choice, and it's not present in other genres. So that's one of the things I would like to see the looter genre, you know, take the pointer. All players be engaged if they aren't forced to grind for every choice. That's the unironic take that the most vocal defenders of, say, Diablo 4's content design. They're like, but this is content. And then everyone who enjoys other genres of games like, but it's not though. Gotta keep those concurrent player numbers up. It just appeals to a very specific core audience. And that same audience will, after long enough with like the same stale stuff, they will start listening. Be like, oh yeah, you know what, I am pretty bored. But then the second a new season gets announced for D4, they're just like, oh, this is so great, this fixes all of the problems. Fixes literally none of the problems. Like, oh, okay. But they gave us the gems not taking stash space that they promised 2 months ago. We're getting that in the new season. Like, okay. So we're getting a feature that was in Diablo 3 10 years ago? That's so awesome. Why does that save the game for you? Kind of blows my mind. Very Stockholm Syndrome vibes. Looter players love to be abused by game design choices. Think about it like this, most horses wander off if you just give them the carrot. I suppose. That definitely tracks. Got about level 70 in the season and just lost the urge to play. The grind's way too monotonous. It's grinding for the sake of grinding. Like, it's not grinding with a purpose, because you're not actually gonna get those super uniques. It's not going to happen. If you think it is, you have a gambling addiction. I'm sorry. Please get some help. It's a real struggle, and you'll be better off once you start treating it. But like, you're not gonna. So like, what is it for? You have all the skill points at level 50, so then it's just Paragon. So playing the game for the sake of grinding out Paragon and going for items that will never drop for you. Not really changing builds because it's so prohibitive to get the items and upgrade them. And also you don't have stash space. And also build diversity is definitely on the back burner compared to whatever it is the devs are doing with that game. About Archon's Havoc, nothing affects the tendril's reach, amplitude affects the blink, dodge, shock, explosion, and resonance affects the energy shield. Okay. I've never actually attempted to seriously use that energy shield. It just seems like a waste of your Havoc form time. Such a good description of what, Jaybridge? My brain kind of did a reboot. What are we talking about? The D4 stuff? Yeah, I thought hard about it because I really wanted to like that game. But I don't. I do not think it is even a good game. Not a good game that isn't for me, which I can say about other games. I just think it's a bad game. Which is a strong opinion to have. And I'm totally open to being disagreed with. Big red flag to me if game uses casino psychological tactics either for monetization or grinding gameplay for replayability. D4 seems to do it a lot. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel 100% the same way. And I think the philosophy there is born of a couple of fundamentally just fucked things. One, Blizzard really needed D4 to retain players to distract from everything else that's happening with Blizzard. Activision Blizzard is fucking shitstorm of a company. But the other thing is, for some reason, the thought process behind every creative decision with Diablo 4 seems to be designed to actively spite Diablo 3. Which it seems like such a toxic thing to do, to just hate your previous release and lean into it, like with your whole chest out. Just like, yeah, it was in that game, so we're not doing it. Fuck you. Like, even flawed entries have value. And even people who did not care for D3 will at least begrudgingly give a nod towards the idea that it had replay value. Like, there's more interest in the, it's probably over now, but the most recent Diablo 3 test realm than the upcoming Diablo 4 season. That's interesting.
Okay, this is it.
I don't think this is wholly a Diablo thing. I think we might be in that window of time where this kind of happened with Battle Royales over the last couple years, where it's all been done. So coasting off of tradition doesn't keep people anymore. People are like, hey, I really hate this core aspect of this genre. Is this gonna change? No? Okay, I'll play other games. Like, how many BRs are actually active other than Fortnite in terms of people give a shit about them? Fortnite, Warzone. Any others? Apex. Apex has got a good foundation and they got goodwill off of Titanfall. So, they're doing some unique stuff. I always respected Apex, even though I never got into it. Tried to play it once. Did not have the attention span. That's a roguelite, Dr. 7. Silly Dr. 7. It's okay to jump back into now and then. Doesn't feel like it overstayed its welcome. That's good to hear. I remember one that I enjoyed playing for a window of a few months was Black Ops 4's Blackout, which at the time was attempting to be a competitor with Apex and Fortnite. Did not go well. But I still enjoyed it.
What happened here?
Blackout wasn't bad. I don't think Blackout was bad either. Genuinely enjoyable with a squad, at least. Solo queuing is probably hell for that, but with a squad, I enjoyed Blackout. I don't really PvP nowadays, but inertia was the only thing that kept me going as long as I did. Experience the season, manage a level 80 character, get patches to try. I have no desire to reach 100 to start a new character in the season. Yeah, I think so. A component they might have been leaning into with how that leveling structure works is Diablo 2, which I maintain is a fantastic timeless game that, you know, it has its flaws, but Diablo 2 is the gold standard for ARPGs, in my opinion. Diablo 2 had a level cap of level 100 as well, and you didn't go for a level 100. You didn't do that. Some people did it just for the trophy of it, but it's not something you did. You got to like the 80s, and you're like, okay, I'm good. Let me roll a new character. But that feels weird out of a 2023 game. That is 2 entries later in the series. Like, it feels strange. Hey, Coombs. Bad sales selection on the website. Oh, no. Federal law. Yeah, it's actually super fucking annoying. It's like, if it's your prescription medicine, then, like, you can't take it anywhere. Spicy. I remember my highest level character in D2. There was always a wall early in their difficulty. I can't remember my highest either, but I know I stopped most of my characters in the high 80s. 88, 87, somewhere around there. Because from like late 70s onwards, it's just, oh, you want to level up? Not sure why, but okay, do a few weeks of killing the ads in the Bale fight without dying. A few weeks. Without dying. If you die, you lost days of progress. Like, it was leveling up for nothing. There's no content behind it, there's no real power increase behind it, just for nothing. Sounds kind of familiar, i.e. D4. D4 spends all of its creative energy trying to be D2, but there's some game design choices that I don't think are going to work twice, and that I don't think work as well in 2023 as they did in 2000. Something to chew on. We have, in 2023 gaming releases, multiple instances of new entries to 20-plus year IPs. And they have not all gone the same way. a difficult thing to do, but also you can see surface level stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 is a love letter to the fans. Diablo 4 is hate mail to anyone who likes Diablo 3. So weird, man. What a weird way to design a game. Ever played Torchlight? I've not. It's been on my radar. I've never played it. Gonna do the thing, but I'm just not gonna do the thing. Play Hades instead. YouTube algorithm has started recommending me so much Hades content, and I'm so here for it. Okay, but still Hades 2 body pillows. Hades 2 nuts! What's that relic? This is a Tranquil Heart. This is what you get for... You get the Tormented Heart, which requires feeding the Override Pin from Shahala Narud to the Nightweaver's Web. If you get that, you can then bring that heart to Numue and craft it into Tranquil Heart. A passive healing, and its active effect is doubles all health regen for 15 seconds. It's good for playstyles where you're not really using your relic, but you still want some amount of healing because you get hit occasionally. This. Thanks, you're welcome. Early drug, that sounds nice. Yeah, yeah. I've been wanting to mess around with Diverting Heart. It's just, it's a pain because it's another flavor of, hey, I don't feel like using my relic for anything it normally does, but you still have to actively use it. You have to reroll campaign to get Nightweaver and then go to Narud. You not only need that, you need the specific version of Narud. You need Nightweaver Losam and Jail, you probably can't hear me. You need Nightweaver Losam and Shahala Narud. There's a few things like that. Nightweaver Webs Unlock are a pain. Yeah, there's a side dungeon from Yesha you need for one of them. There's a Losam side dungeon for another one. And then there's one for the Rude world boss. The thing with the Tranquil Heart is if you also want the Tormented Heart, you're gonna have to get Tormented Heart twice. So, like, that's why I don't currently have Tormented Heart, because I'd have to reset my playthrough, which we might do today. Fuck it. I'm only live 2.5 hours. I could go through Apoc's story by the end of stream. You could spend 200, 300 hours getting every item. Yeah, I have almost 300 hours, and I still, I don't have all the items. There's a couple co-op only things, there's a couple co-op only traits that I'm lacking as well. But like Tormented Heart, I don't have. Takes a while to get everything. Like normal mode, you can really run through stuff super fast and just feels like short and fun. Right, I'd probably want to, if I reset, do it on Apoc, so I could just keep it after I'm done and not have to do another playthrough. I could also enjoy that playthrough. Maybe I could do Nightmare and do some challenge run or something. I don't know, but I'd like to do it on Apoc. Flicking heads like this with Spore Bloom is so fun. The reload speed, crazy. You think about allowing quest items across between adventure campaign. I think it's a good thing that it doesn't work that way, because you could very easily break some stuff. Could very easily break some stuff. I know I have a list of all the alternate boss fights that are out there. I'd like to go experience them all. Don't know which ones I've not seen. So it's every world boss has an alt version or an alt kill condition. Huntress has a second version of herself that's mechanically identical.
Shit.
Red Prince has an alt kill condition. That's it. So that's Corruptor, Ravager, Phelan, Farron, Shahala. Red Prince. Talratha. Did I say Talratha? Say Talratha again, because that fight's awesome. 3 points difference of ruin non-hardcore. It does work in hardcore. So as of patch 2, scripted deaths don't count against you in hardcore. So when the game first came out, you could not get Alchemist. You could not get the Scholar clothes. You could not do that Red Prince kill strat because those were scripted kills. But now you can. Kind of annoying how some versions of World are objectively better, like Night River Losum, you get Dreamcatcher, and Night River Net used for all kinds of stuff. Plus 2/3 of things Nami can figure from Night River Losum, whereas Posture King Losum basically doesn't give you shit. It's as far as Nami crafting, I think it's an even split. Because like you have the One True King Amulet, which is imposter version. You get Assassin's Dagger in either. Tranquil Heart is Nightweaver. Yeah, that's an even split. But some versions of some worlds are definitely just better for rewards, I will say. Nightweaver Losum is consistently just better for stuff you have access to. I'd say the biggest, like, comparative benefit that, we're gonna do the campaign reset, fuck it. The biggest comparative benefit that, Imposterlism has is you get Jester's Bell for free without combat at the start of, like, a new run. But you can do that in adventure mode, so who cares? Oh, not fixed yet? It is, Axel. I saw Cheese do it on hardcore last night. About, I don't know, 8 hours ago. Let's do the campaign reset. Got unlucky at all. I get one of the 2 needed for the heart. Yeah. It can be annoying. Especially because you have to either... I'm totally going to use the third party, I think. You have to make sure you get... Well, you have to check for one, and then if you don't have a third-party app to check, then you have to clear the labyrinth before you can see if you have the other one. That's the annoying part. Like, Losum here, this is Nightweaver Losum. That's a good start. Losum's probably my first adventure run, because I really want that Dreamcatcher. Yeah, Dreamcatcher enables you to get a bunch of other cool stuff. I'm looking. Is that accurate? No, it's showing Imposter Narud. Or Imposter Losum, rather. I need to update this thing. That's Respite. Prison, this is Talroth. So, if this is to be believed, this is already a reset. I'll check again. First world was Fair and Balin. For me, it was Yesha. It was Ravager Yesha, I believe. The the storyline for Narud, the Talratha version, is internally called I Am Legend story. And, you know, that's accurate. That's accurate. I don't follow how's that I Am Legend story. So Talratha is a dude who's like the last of his kind. He's the last Drazir. But like from everyone else's perspective, he's the monster. That's I Am Legend. At least the book version. We'll play this one out. I don't feel like checking again. I just saw Roth and Narud basically spent 5 hours blindly running through the desert before making meaningful progress.
Clementine? Ford? Shit. Where are you guys?
Yeah, mine was a co-op Ravager Yesha. My first solo was Shahala Narud.
If I'm gonna find Clementine.
First was Shahala, I didn't know how lucky it was using the sword ever since. Yeah, that sword's so nice. Handler skills don't seem to be affected at all by resonance and amplitude going off the values and descriptions, and so far descriptions seem to be aligning with my testing. Another Handler L. Common Handler L.
Okay, now that looks important.
Imagine Handler being good at something.
Here we go.
Spectral Bleed was Blood Jewel. AoE charge, attack, bleed is so strong. Yeah, definitely. Stuff used to be affected. I think the auras just got buffed, so I don't know if it got nerfed for resonance. It would surprise me if the auras weren't affected by resonance, but then again it wouldn't because Handler. I'll go watch someone play through Ravager Yesha blind. They're stuck on the music puzzle for literally ages, so they didn't figure out the horizontal dashes just meant leaving a row and the water harp empty. That's the thing with puzzles. Different people think about things in different ways. So, like, for some people, like, their brains don't process in a way that a seemingly obvious puzzle solution clicks. People have different approaches to problem solving. It can make you better or worse in certain situations. So sometimes puzzles get that for me. It's like I'll massively overthink something, and it's like, bro, just do this. Like, oh, well, I didn't think of that. It just doesn't occur. Like I can relate. I can relate. Most agonizing thing I've watched in a while. some games I've played on stream have had me get walled by very outwardly simple puzzles, and people have gotten very frustrated. It's the way my brain works sometimes. First found that puzzle, didn't know about the levers necessary. We tried with dashes being repeats, being empty. Yeah, first time I got to that, it was co-op, there's 3 of us. I just kind of ran around and talked to chat while Lazy and Priz took turns messing with it, and then we just kind of abandoned it and went to do other stuff, because we didn't know about the lever either. Like, how could you know about that?
Ah, great, more bad news.
Because leaving 2 didn't fit? Yes, I get that. Like, they make it clear that something's missing. When you understand the mechanics of the puzzle, they make it clear that something's missing. But why would the next logical step be, oh, okay, I need to go elsewhere to get to a switch that's in this room to make that work properly? Like, I don't think it's going to be anything... With no knowledge, at least, my assumption would be, okay, there's something I'm missing. And it wouldn't get any more specific than that. But the fact that it's like, leave it, go through another dungeon, is, when you have no knowledge of how the game works, I see why people get walled by it. Is just the point I'm making. It is a tad confusing. And you could use the heart before turning it on. Yeah, yeah. And the game gives you no indication, at least not outwardly, of the specific thing you need to do. You just know that something's wrong with it if you try to do the solution. All medic skills are affected by amplitude and not resonance.
Great.
Of course they are.
Bad news.
The fact that I can just spray like this is so nice. On the bright side, the quest marker shows a different area. Yeah. That just up here. Okay. Shotgun seems nice, low ammo reserve stuff. Yeah, Gunslinger helps to mitigate it a little bit. But the main thing is Void Idol is fantastic here. Our reloads only require 50% of magazine capacity from reserves to reload. So every other reload is free. So that really helps out the longevity. like picking up 7 ammo from that effectively gave me 14 shots. And I will get another ammo drop by the time I spend 14 shots. So it sustains really well. Hey, Reek Hank. Well, let me know if I butchered your name. Hello, welcome in. Game have like an end game. There's things that are only available once you've completed the story, like gear and stuff. Have you ever played a Souls-like? You know, Dark Souls, any of those games? Nope. Okay. Well, basically the meat of those games is doing different builds and going through the game. However, this game has the additional layer of some randomness to which maps you get on which worlds when starting a new playthrough. Which first world you get is random. Which bosses you run into, random. Several of the major bosses have different rewards depending on how exactly you kill them. So there's a lot of replay value to going and getting all the items. There's 11 different classes you can play as. There's lots of different weapons. So a lot of the replay value of this game, what sort of serves as the end game, is just messing around with stuff. There's no structured, like, hey, this activity opens up after you complete the story. Nothing like that. How you doing, JS? In-game is reeling areas to get all the other side dungeons and all bosses. Yeah. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, you're very welcome. Like, I'm currently doing a new game plus. I just started on this character. And since things change, I don't quite know where everything is. I don't know which bosses I'm gonna have to deal with beyond a couple of them. Variety to it. How do you get your mouse sensitivity like perfect? Just the DPI on my actual mouse. I didn't touch the in-game sensitivity. I'm this guy. Shouldn't have eaten that rocket. In terms of in-game settings, all I changed was I increased the FOV a little bit, I lowered the graphics, and rebound relic. Out of the box on sensitivity and stuff. Let's break right now, new build craft. Yeah, we're doing the Spore Bloom stuff from yesterday, but this time I'm doing Challenger flavor, and I said screw it, and we're going through the story, trying to get the Tormented Heart, so I can mess around with that on another build crafting session. Gunslinger Challenger is a really good damage. It's not Hunter Gunslinger, but it's a little more like peaks and valleys than that. But it's more fun to me. I don't like Hunter Gunslinger. It's absolutely stupid damage, but something about how it plays just isn't fun. It's very balance warping in how it works. Less tense than melee only. The melee only playthrough was fun. Once we figured out how we needed to solve certain problems, like understanding that Legion and Shahala were like the real walls of the run more than anything else. That helped. It's still weird to me that Cancer was the easiest boss of that whole playthrough. Like, every single boss in the entire game, Cancer was by far the easiest for melee only. World's Edge to do melee only. You don't need World's Edge, but you're going to need some ranged melee outlets for certain things. For example, you need either Krell Axe or Huntress Spear or Labyrinth Sentinel. It might be possible to do Hero Sword, maybe. World's Edge doesn't have the range. Also, it's slow. Yeah, I deserve that. Then there's some other bosses where you need something. Like, doing Corruptor without some sort of ranged melee is going to be nightmarish, because it's going to require you bonking the Guardian until it goes down, and then the big one is going to be refilling the Guardian with its own health bar. But then you're going to have to deal with the birds that you can't kill if you don't have any ranged melee. So it's just this whole thing. Like, you're gonna want to kill the main body without the Guardian so that you can get Stonebreaker, because it's one of the best pure melee weapons in the game. And there's stuff like, if you get Legion, you need a ranged melee option, otherwise you cannot complete the fight. Shahala, you can only damage without range melee if you wait for the hands to pop out of the ground, and I don't think that's available on the alt version of Shahala, so don't use the override pin. Bloat King, if you don't have ranged melee, you can't kill Bloat King.
Oh, phew.
Maybe hit the leg when it kicks. Yeah, you can hit the leg. I forgot about the kick. So you can do that, but again, that's gonna take 5 fucking years. But you're absolutely right, Axel. That's a good point. Hormone's not ideal for this. There's definitely worse things. Should really melee instead of flopping. Bad habits. I've never tried a melee in this game, considering the bosses. The ones that you can melee are super fun to melee. Skills if I try melee. That's the thing, I'm not particularly skilled. I'm just persistent. Really. And I'm okay with that. It's not self-deprecation, it's just an accurate assessment. Of course, this happens when I get my Berserk. So I get no uptime on it. It's toxic. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Generator makes this annoying. Ammo's starting to become a problem here. And it's healing more than I like. I got my Berserk, so that's where it's going. Low cycles, but not hard. Regenerator being regenerator, and my aim being my aim. Nothing I can do except lay it out. Oh. I'm trying to heal there. Guess that's helpful. That's good damage. Be patient. Rampage sounds so weird when getting activated. A little bit, yeah.
I can't believe I killed that thing. I mean, would Clementine have even come this way? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that thing would have been dead if she did.
Your boss is wild to watch. Yeah, that was stressful. Like, hitting that last one, I was so afraid. Need one more of these. This is one of the reasons I prefer Talratha and Narud, because it's one area shorter. With a much better boss in terms of fun and design. And I got it to roll. Ooh, very nice. Root Earth, baby. You got this. You got this, Rolo. You ready for Venom being the final boss? Honestly, after Venom, it's just like... Annihilation's your reward. Treat. Not just me, Venom's rough. Yeah, I find Venom way harder than most other bosses. Annihilation's very, like, you know, do the pattern. You're good. You're chilling. Cancer is just kind of, you know, as long as you're not doing anything super weird, it's pretty straightforward. The thing is, I should have rerolled to get Losan first. Because the problem is I'm going to need to get the override pin now. I'm already in the building, so it's not a big deal. I'm gonna need to get it now because I can't come back for it later if I let too much time pass. Because then Naru just won't be here anymore. Oh, yeah. Not the optimal way of going about this, but we're here. With that reload speed on Enigma. Removing the only downside of the gun. Beautiful. Truly balance. So, we got this. Now we need to get a little normal Shahala, as in not use the pin. Then do Labyrinth, and then hope we got Nightweaver Losun. If not, reset. Ow. Ow.
Shit.
Deadly Calm is really good.
This ain't looking good.
That's noticeable damage. Ow. Rice Crispy edibles. Yeah, the more I think about the Root Earth bosses, the more I just want to refight them on demand. Looking forward to Spore Bloom Annihilation. Allergies, excuse me. route is pretty. I do wish there was a little more of a sense of direction to it, but oh well. So true, bestie. You tell him, King.
This isn't looking good.
Gun is too accurate. Can't shotgun. Ow. Yeah, deserved that. Hey Viper, how you doing? We're doing more accuracy spore bloom stuff. Can actually see it this time. It's slightly bigger this time. Only slightly. This time we're doing Gunslinger Challenger flavor, so I can do the funny rampage stuff. Run some errands, be back in a bit. Sounds good. Try time. I will be here for at least another couple hours. We're doing a story reset, Viper. I want that tormented heart. So we're in the loop of do one world, do labyrinth, hope other world matches. Could use third-party tools to check, but nah, content. Driver Apocalypse. Maker, what about it? It's goated, but like, what about it? Updated my title. Figure I'd reflected on Jiggling Spore Bloom stuff.
See anything like
Just
this
goaded?
before?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And goes ridiculously hard. The idea behind Spore Bloom instead of other single shot weapons. Very powerful shotgun that I've eliminated all spread on. With Void Idol, it's also incredibly ammo efficient. So it has higher DPS than, say, Ford Scattergun, while being more ammo efficient, having better uptime, being cooler. Fords would win if I had full rounds uptime, but I don't. And running Spore Bloom over, say, Widowmaker or a bow, means I can do bandit stuff. Bandit is funny when it works. Battlefield Bad Company 2 shotgun. The multiplayer of that game was so good. So incredibly fucking good. Favorite multiplayer shooters of all time? You got the first Gears of War. You got Halo 3. You got Bad Company 2. Yes, this is a very small window of 2006 to 2009, but I don't care.
That's it, huh?
Gears were online. I slept too bad at the game. I was very sweaty at the time, so too much time now. Lots of fun in COD 4 Modern Warfare and COD Modern Warfare 2. Not as much Bad Company 2. Yeah, agreed. Modern Warfare 2 is one of those, OG Modern Warfare 2 is one of those games where I played it a lot, and I also hated and liked it at the same time. I never hated Bad Company 2 ever. It was never a toxic relationship. It was just a good game. Modern Warfare 2 was a toxic relationship. Yeah, this should go pretty hard on Custodian's Eye. Kinda hyped. Kinda looking forward to that. Played with bots over with humans. It's still fun with bots. Oh, the buggy Battlefield 3. Never played it.
Alright,
Never played
come
it
and get
personally.
some.
blown myself to death. Be on the correct part for cover. Kind of important. Get absolutely shit on. Gorbloom's so good, man. This is also it operating at like 30% power, by the way. You can get way more damage out of this thing. Like per shot. And then get more shots too. It's just so good. Javelin glitch? Oh, the javelin glitch, yes. Yeah, there's this window of time where everyone did that thing that Loki Legend described. So basically, you just, anytime someone would die, a javelin would hit there. So it was insanely chaotic the entire time. See, there was also the pre-nerf model 1887s being, yeah,
This looks important.
being a thing. Those are dark times. Commando lunge used to have even more range than it does post-change, which is still a ridiculous amount of range. It's one of those games where it's a perfect example of, like, maybe you should nerf stuff. Because, nerfs were rare. And it showed. I get to this checkpoint and then, I'm gonna liquid escape. Alright, BRB. Give me back. My cat is screaming at me. What do you want, cat? Never played S&D. I didn't play much S&D either. Played a lot of Demolition. Demolition and Headquarters were awesome in that game. This was also at like a very formative time of the gaming YouTube scene, and it was very much coalescing around MW2. Like a lot of the older Call of Duty creators that are very popular now got their start then. Yeah. What do you want? Like score-based game modes with infinite respawns? Yeah, yeah. Headquarters Demolition. Those are goated. I miss Headquarters. Domination's okay, but it's just spawn trapping. People playing PDM.
I have need of your skill set and proximity. Use the nearby elevator, and I will provide further instructions.
Still confirmed it's just better
Whatever
TDM,
your
but it still
intentions in
sucks.
coming here, the fate of this world now depends on your actions.
Hello.
For millennia, the Drazier sought
Okay.
answers to a simple question. Are we alone? Nerud was built to answer this question. I was built to care for Nerud. Talratha led Nerud through the currents of space and time, to the origin of energy in all its forms, to Alepsis Torah. The anomaly was unlike any on record. Massive in scope, purposeful in its composition. It appeared chaotic, but also intelligent in its design. Talratha warned the Seekers. He guided Nerud to the gates of heaven, yet refused
See,
to step within.
this is the core thing with the Nerud lore.
But Talratha was overruled. The Seekers saw in Alepsis Torah an end to their quest. An answer to all their questions. And now, only I remain. The fate of Nerud, of all Drazier, rests in me.
So that last line implies to me that this happens after the Talratha story. Because he says only I remain. And in the Talratha story, he specifically has you go kill Talratha so he could use the information from him. I think this is like Remnant 1, in that both storylines happen. Just there's an order to it. And also, so like the Drazier figured out that they're in a simulation, but they drew the wrong conclusion. And Talratha was like, no, that's gonna kill everyone. And it did.
It is unfortunate we could not meet face to face. But your locality and trajectory are fortuitous. I can accomplish the rest.
Vicious Shahal.
Reward you materially as well.
That's certainly some timing. I was trying to heal. was not my best decision. Here we got same 24 hours. How you doing? Hey Dudley, Spore Bloom game, and yeah, we're doing the thing. Spore Bloom's fun. I just really like Spore Bloom. It's my happy place. On Venom's hope for good stuff. Best of luck, Rolo. You got it. Plot-wise, I like Naruto the best, but gotta hit the overworld. That's valid. That's very valid. It's like ROM again. ROM from the first game. I like it. A lot of people hate it because it's very directionless wasteland.
What was that?
I get it. You have Refunder on secondary? No. I have Deadly Calm as a way to remind myself to put all my Corrupted Luminite into that. Because that'll be a little more single target. Because this transfers over if you don't stop ADSing. A little extra damage. Refunder would be good for maintaining my Sport Bloom ammo, though. I'm just not having ammo problems. Oh, I decided not to worry about it.
Alright, Clementine. Where are you?
Sorry, I didn't run out of primary. Void Idol is the GOAT. Effectively doubles your ammo supply. While also giving reload speed. It's so good. The DR at? Good question. 10. Yeah, you're welcome. From armor 51.9, but then like other sources 10. I guess the 10? Yeah, 10 is a non-armor DR. That's the more relevant one. The armor's kind of straightforward, you know? You can just see what armor I'm using. For the most part. But yeah, that was vague, so I clarified. Bugs me that armor DR makes plus DR buffs less effective. It's not intuitive. It makes armor give a little less than added normally. Armor's been a bit of a roller coaster, hasn't it? DR as a whole has been. Flare resistant skull. Oh, that's as long as you weren't leaning into elements, then that's fine. Yeah, Skullcracker's not a big deal because you just try not to get hit anyway. And, like, most of his attacks already knock you. Where's your health, bro? Where's your health? I was just so surprised by the health bar being gone that I kind of stopped fighting. Where's your health? Listen, that is neither here nor there. He said the same. Yeah, you ain't wrong. Nice it was added since max DR is already 80% anyway. But the thing with, if you get into the territory of additive DR like that, well, I suppose I'll debunk my own, what I was going to say, as I say it. You just end up with people who are just stacking DR mindlessly and using that to play the game, and it's the centralizing thing. Now that hasn't stopped people from doing that anyway, and people are just kind of doing. I'm told public lobbies are overrun with summoner, medic, max DR, infinite relic spam. So it's already a centralizing thing. But yeah, it would be very easy to get functionally immortal with very little investment. It all stacked additively. 80 regardless is cap. But that means getting there with less commitment, so that, like, for example, a Hunter Gunslinger could be running around at 80% DR with minimal loss of damage. And that's just kind of stupid. I was trying to roll through you, but it doesn't work on that enemy. Understand. Too early. That's just a skill issue. The roll catch. Imagine if that could kill you. Get the coins after fighting him, you get the dial again. If you try to offer coins for a snipe. Yeah, yeah. Pretty forgiving. Do I do Labyrinth Sentinel with the Spore Bloom because it's funny? I don't wanna. Time for the hardest boss of the game. I don't think you're wrong, actually. Back melee cubes. Is he the one? Is Quag him? No. I'm not him. I'm not that guy anymore. I was him for a brief moment in time. Do the Hunter's Sphere, Krulax for swag. I did it with Krulax once. I don't need to do it again. I'm good. I'm chilling. Well, go on, Red Prince. How you do? No, this is Assassin's Creed passionately, I swear. You've changed? Yes. Some would say I've devolved. Ow, that does so much damage for this shit. I forgot to change relics. That'll probably matter. Whoopsie. I forgore. I forgore. Kill me, cutscene dipped, rude. Yeah, he'd be like that. Kind of forgore. Now the matter is shiny cubes also have a hidden health bar. Health is set to be 1 million base. For reference, the aberration of this map is 1k base. So what you're saying is you can kill the cubes eventually. That's so based. Doesn't one tap. Garbage gun. Starshot, I love you. Alright, let me actually pay attention. We'll go Letos. I'm already in that role anyway. I could be in flop. Doesn't matter. That's why loadouts would be so sick. It didn't blow it up. Like how I said I'm gonna stop fooling around and I immediately start fooling around in fun in different ways. Last one. No. Stop it. So aggressive. Stop hitting me. It's over. Is our own? I think my traits are fucked up now too. How dare this game make me think? Honestly, it's unforgivable. Borderlands would never, ever. Was I wearing? That. That either. What was I wearing? Lotus Mark 2 here? Something like that. That. This was that. That's my traits. do I even have for the rest of my traits? Was it bark skin? It was probably bark skin. It was probably glutton. Oh, that's fine. We'll do couple and swiftness. Use the Kralax's impressive attack. It took a while. It took a while. I don't have the best aim, and I was very afraid. Ultimately, it was satisfying. I'm never doing it again, but it was satisfying. I'm open to trying with Hero Sword at some point, though. I should have done that now. Well. Just like Hardy, man, it's an Annihilation rolls for my Apoc run and Spiteful. Hardy is one of the more forgiving ones, Rain. I'm sorry to tell you. Because it's just more HP, it's not, hey, I kill you. It's not, hey, this particular type of damage is arbitrarily nerfed. It's just, do fight longer. I'd much rather have to deal with that than, I mean, Spiteful is kind of like, ugh. I'd much rather deal with that than Thick Skin or Ellie Resist. Maybe not Ellie Resist, because I always use the Widowmaker there anyway, but you get the point. At least it's not vicious. At least it's not vicious. Vicious Spiteful would mean, hey, no damage, go. Nerf Spiteful is probably a lot more doable than before. Nerf Spiteful is pre-nerf Vicious, so still relevant, but definitely more tolerable. Or pre-nerf Vicious at peak, I should say. A lot more forgiving before that point. I always forget it does that. Already got nerfed too? Yeah. Did my Apoc before the nerfs and before the cancer fix? Same. Same. So did I. And one shot with branches? I was not. Crystal Heart. Alchemist's Medic is what I was doing, I believe. So, very bulky. Want to get my chicken out the oven while you kill me. Give pause. No pause button. You're not a real gamer if you have things to do outside of a video game. Ooh, ooh, we got Nightweaver. Big Pog. Okay, cool. First attempt. Strimmer luck is real.
How many of these are there? I'll find these segments, huh?
Are trying to live so I can play more video game? Casual.
Clementine and that talking ball of light hang out and meditate?
About the longer fights, man, it mess up the end, just personal skill issues. Oh, I'm the same way, Rain. I'm definitely the same way. That's part of what I like about this game. It's just, it's very, hey, do this correctly or you're not getting past me unless you have, like, a wealth of game knowledge otherwise.
Here they come.
'Cause sure, a hunter gunslinger player could be like, well, I don't know how to dodge your attacks for more than 10 seconds, so I'll just kill you in 10 seconds. But for the most part, most combos are like, hey, do one mechanic, then you can go. Sometimes that mechanic is play a rhythm game. Like Annihilation. Throw on, you get second Tormented Heart. I have spare override. Yeah, I didn't use the override, so I still have it. Yeah, we're gonna feed that and get Tormented Heart. And then we'll just continue the playthrough. Because I want to get access to Root Earth back and stuff, so. The Apoc Annihilation feels like such an achievement because the fight is so annoyingly long. It's definitely a patience check more than anything, yeah. It's worse in co-op. You know, more health. Now they've reduced the amount of extra health, but like in co-op, you don't. Only one person has real weak spot access at a time, like the person it's facing. So, yeah. Not worse in co-op, ever deals the same amount of damage, which won't be the case because of the weak spot thing. Like I said. On stamp, congrats.
Help! Trespassers!
Solo, you can, you know, as long as you're paying attention, you could hit weak spot 100% of the time in phase 1. Without too much difficulty. Co-op, that just ain't happening. Three-man group had the worst CPS. I'm sure it's faster with 3 than me alone. Yeah, I was the worst CPS in my group of 3 as well, Axel. I was under-leveled because I had been experimenting with items too much. So I just went full tanky medic and I just healed the shit out of them. Oh boy, Bloat King. My favorite. What, mutator am I using? Bandit. To experience one of the bosses. Yeah, this is certainly one of the bosses in Remnant 2. Are you guys hyped? You get to see one of the bosses. There's a lot of things I could say about Bloat King, but I think the thing first and foremost is that it is one of the bosses in the game. No spoilers. Get the spread so low. So I have 5 points in the trait. I have 5 points in the trait. I have the mythic relic fragment for it. And I have a ring.
Outsiders, I knew it! Outsiders here!
First boss is the laser robot, moving platforms. Ah, Custodian's Eye. My first boss was the Kalis Shadow. Touched you early. Drain really isn't ideal here. Motherfucker. Classic Bloat King moment. It was going so well. About chasing that ball makes me think of Quidditch. Really cannot imagine what R2 feels like without playing R1. They're so similar that that's part of why R2 is easy to get into, right? Because it's the same formula, just like expanded. Learning R1 was a little daunting, but I think learning R2 is just a shade more complex than R1. Still in the realm of like reasonable, although maybe I'm biased because I went from R1 to R2 as well, but it's just my take on it. Avoided every Souls like somehow ended up in Remnant. Remnant does enough different that it sets itself apart. I mean, aside from gunplay, but selectable difficulty is not a common Souls like thing. Like Sekiro has a hard mode, so I guess that counts, but like it doesn't have an easier mode. Depends on what you use. That's how you get easier difficulty. Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor have selectable difficulty, Souls likes, although they are as a whole easier games. It's not a common component. Multiplayer being like a fully fledged thing and even a focus at times. Rather than, hey, you can have people help you for one boss or you can do PvP. We don't spam the rug reward, considering it's a buff every 6 minutes. Rug reward? My brain's short-circuiting. Explain like I'm stupid. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I probably know, but I can't think of it right now. Enlighten me. The answer will probably be because I'm lazy. But chances are, I just forgot about something. Oh. Almost killed her generator Night Reaver while her heart was shattered. I grabbed, just let her kill me. Regenerator Night Weaver. Pain.
Keep them away.
I guess it's not as bad as Empathy Night Weaver, but it is bad. Or based on how many tiles you complete, you get all of them. Just gives you an infinite use consumable, gives you a random buff and debuff. Oh yeah, I've never completed it to that degree. I didn't think there was anything after the relic she gives you, so I never talked to her again. I learned something. Yeah, the number of times I've accidentally walked into that brain is like a few too many. I really should pay more attention.
What's that? Over there. Yeah.
Alt kill's annoying with the heart coming back. The way I did alt kill was I got really tanky on engineer and I used impact cannon. Just weak spotted it during the first phase. And then I put it down on the ground and ran around in circles while it killed her.
We have a patient on the loose.
She brought me It's changed. What did I see? What did I see? Here we go.
Oh, so sick. Guess he's the grab animation so hard to avoid for some reason. Yeah, it's set up in a way where she can roll catch you very easily. I think the most optimal way of avoiding it, honestly, is just shooting her with the shotgun when she lunges, because you can stagger her during that animation very easily. It's easier to sort of parry it than it is to dodge it. You guys had awful modifiers for me like the last few days. Bursting Skullcracker. What the shit? So, as I was saying... Nice, Bandit.
Oh, that was rough.
Luckily, he had no HP, but... Hunter's is scary, man. Kill the hardcore run, jumping on me with the most inopportune timing ever. Oh, yeah, I bet. Hunter's when you're unprepared, especially if you haven't been able to sit since, like, the last thing you did. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely relate. In bursting before, that's crazy. Yeah, some of them seem very rare. Probably because they can't be on world bosses. And they can't be on some, like, field bosses, whatever the name is for the, I guess, just bosses. They're mostly on, aberrations. Like shocking, root grab, bursting, rat swarm. You don't see those very commonly. Oh, that one was T-posing. Did you guys see it? Oh, T-posing! 2023 game. Shocking I find too often. Shocking is very hard to deal with. Consider it a treat to see a T-pose. Coworker mentioned this while playing Baldur's Gate 3. What surprised me the most is the first game I played this year that feels complete for buggy releases. So, like, yeah. And even Baldur's Gate 3 isn't immune to it. For example, if you're trying to play an evil character, you start finding a lot of unfinished storylines. Like characters that they did not have dialogue trees constructed to account for the choices you made. But still, it's still more complete than anything else that came out this year.
I don't like the looks of this.
I really respect when the creative vision for a game is to just be a complete entity on release. Sure, you can still add stuff, but like it's complete on release. God of War Ragnarok is like that, for example. God of War 2018 as well. Hades. Complete games. You know, Hades stayed in early access for a long time. It was worth it. More complete than any other AAA game in the last 10 years, yeah. I'll drink to that.
How intriguing. It would seem this twisted world is not yet depleted of surprises.
Tears of the Kingdom was pretty damn complete. I didn't play that, so take your word for it.
You have been just one. Perhaps
I'll amend it to games I have followed and or played in
It is
2023.
the only aid I will grant. Though it
Or that Annihilation would have 3 or 4 modifiers, honestly, just because final boss and hardest difficulty. There's some modifiers that would make that boss just straight up, like, no. Like, you imagine if it had Displacer, like, on top of it already basically doing that as a mechanic. Like, if it had that, too. Ugh. Minions? Oh, man. It already basically has Root Grab on one attack. Displacer, sort of. Apparently you can dodge Displacer. You can. There's a visual effect. Like, the thing is, if you're trying to dodge roll Displacer when she's doing her other shit, then it's like, unstoppable hunters. Alright, that's actually... Oh, iframes from that, huge. Common Challenger W.
Kill the trespassers!
Elemental resistance referred to as vaccinated in the game files.
It'll take more than that to end us.
That's the best anti-vaxxer message they could have given. How you get people on board. That's a top tier shit post. Oh, nice stagger. Huntress really decided she didn't want the smoke after I shot her like that, huh? Kinda fucked off. Like the Huntress song, but it being an art forever makes it hard to appreciate. Yeah, that's true.
Kill the trespassers!
I need Huntress to show up again because she's not in her spot.
To me, run! Intruder! There!
Blast them!
Kill the stranger!
Ow.
Holy hell.
Went to go grab a drink and kill me. Now I'm full HP as she and I'm alive. She's left me alone. Amazing. Man, out of context, people are gonna assume I'm into some weird shit if I start asking. Is this boss vaccinated? CZ, why did you tell me that? Why did you burden me with this? Well, I guess I'm not fighting hunters. That's fine. But moving on. Boss is vaccinated. Time to change my build. I'm not mature for finding this funny. Hands don't work today. Sag.
Real pretty.
So, Red Prince.
Yeah.
Sporbloom versus
I
Red
don't
Prince
trust
seems
this
fun.
place.
I will try to actually aim well. I haven't gotten Tongue Dude in a while. But yeah, I haven't gotten Tongue Dude in a while. It's been a lot of consecutive Red Prince runs. I heard him behind me. I thought he was in enigma range. He's not. This fucking guy. Not doing it. He's gonna have like shocking unstoppable rat swarm or some bullshit. Nope. Fighting or bribing? I'll fight him. Ow. What a combo, holy shit. What aim on my part. Amazing. Yeah, it's crazy that as soon as I'm not using the dot stuff, I keep trying to make work all the time. I start getting all these unvaccinated bosses. How many coins do you need? 3? Yeah, 3 level 100 Charizard.
Alright, do this.
You can hold 5, but it only takes 3.
Well, at least that's over.
I don't have as many, anti-curse things as I'd want. But I'll just have to, like, not be bad. See how that works.
No, it is my... Now that we... If you... Without compensation, you make yourself enemy to me.
Oh no, I'm bad.
We have an enemy in our midst.
Hey, he's vaccinated.
Not have vested in me. What have you?
Oh, you stagger easy, huh? Could've popped up.
To be subject. Destroy the eternal power.
Oh.
The penalty for thieves is the flame.
Finally finished the game on Apoc. Lord, need a cup of tea, a sandwich, and a nap. Congrats. Congrats. How did it feel? Other than, you know, the overwhelming need for self-care afterwards.
Oh, glad that's over.
Hey, how's that, huh? You
You afford one ring slot for curse resist? I could. I don't really feel the need to. Red Prince is actually one of the easier bosses. I like him mechanically and stylistically. But he's definitely one of the easier bosses just because he does not do very much damage. Holy spread reduction. Oh, you like that, Danny Maxi? I'm really enjoying messing around with this. It's so much fun. It does not take very much to get it to this threshold. Like, this is just the Mythic Fragment and Targeting Jewel, and then 5 points in handling. I could honestly probably do it with less points in handling. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you think 4 is enough? Or should I go to 5? Try 4 and click it in. I could run with 4. That frees up a point. I don't know what I'm going to do at that point, but it frees up a point. I got 3 to mess around with. I had him in swiftness. Expertise sounds pretty good. Like swiftness always good. Assume triage effects HP second regen. Yeah. I'll spend the 3 points. That's out. It feels bad at another. Well, we have infinite respect. Orb of Undoing. It cost me nothing. About 20 seconds of elation, 30 seconds of equipping World's Edge, and the realization that I can have a life now. That was kind of me when I beat Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. I was like, cool, I don't have to, feel compelled to pull all-nighters playing this game. And I'm pulling all-nighters playing that game on my second playthrough anyway, as if it never happened. I'm a weak man. I've made my peace. Lazy, I don't want to go through a full respec to test it out. See, I respec constantly. A great game? That's true. You stack a billion trade items, spread items traits, the red coat gets all weird. Yeah, excuse me, lady. The aiming is already different. I think this will be better, though. This will be better for me to get used to. This will allow me a little more wiggle room at close range.
We have a patient on the loose.
How goes Repulsor? I had a pretty good fight against Kayla's Shadow with it that made it seem promising. Like, if you go Bandit and, like, maybe Gunfire Security Lanyard, you can sustain it for a while. And the mod, it's kind of awkward to use in mobbing, but against bosses, you just get the damage bonus right away. And it's very spammable, so maybe effects that trigger off of mod activation would be cool there, I don't know.
What is it? No matter.
Starkiller sucks, but Repulsor pretty good. I don't think Repulsor is fantastic, especially because like shotguns are already a very competitive category. Like I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. Seems like the mod isn't even worth using. It's kind of like stasis, but bad. With a delayed damage buff. The mod isn't worth using in mobbing, but against bosses, you just get the damage buff right away. Alternative shotgun to Spore Bloom. Coach gun is the closest alternative to it. It's a 2-shot before you reload, and it's a slug instead of multi-pellet. But it's the closest in like how it feels when you're shooting it. Ward Scattergun would be the other widespread shotgun. It's not nearly as good as Spore Bloom though. Bulldog is a very good shotgun. Can't go wrong with Bulldog. Fermented Heart. Double barrel's good. Yeah, yeah. Shatter Cannon kind of works like a shotgun. It's a pistol, but it's a shotgun. Double barrel is basically hybrid between Coach Gun and Spore Bloom that goes in your pistol slot. And then Shatter Cannon is basically a Bulldog that goes in your pistol slot. Amplitude works for a Tormented Heart. Yeah, I figured that would. Use a Bandit Scattergun with range and spread accessories. How you liking it, Charizard? Bulldog's auto shot, basically. It's the drum one, yeah. Widowmaker hunting pistol is my R1 favorites. They seem meh in R2. I really like the Widowmaker. I mean, it's overshadowed by the bow, but like, I still like the Widowmaker. Regenerator Vicious, huh? Accidental alt kill? Okay. Stop it. Accidental alt kill. Widowmaker sure shot a perfect spot inside when our setups today. I do otherwise lose to a bow Spore Bloom, sadly. Yeah, checks out. Hey Rat, how you doing? I was telling people about your hugs shenanigans you've been doing. Watch Rat's content, chat. It's very good. It's shredding bandit procs all the time, so for scattergun as I put around 12 to 15 shells regularly, sometimes more. Very satisfying spam. Definitely love that. Good combo. 30% range ring, spread buffs, thing melts entire rooms. Love to hear it. Yeah, like, Scattergun I feel could be on par with the Spore Bloom performance if you had, like, really good uptime on rounds, but building that way without losing damage and reload is a little bit awkward. And then ammo is much bigger concern. But I definitely think it's good and has value. No. Is it me or is she like... It's harder to tell what's her when she's in alt kill VFX. Like, I keep just barely missing. I'm shooting like her shadow. I shouldn't be rolling that, by the way. I should be shooting her. Hey, Nightweaver's hitbox. It's so weird. She's gonna punish me for that eventually. It's a little toxic.
Another segment. I should get this.
Rangefinder is pretty cool for mopping the shotties. Yeah, you mentioned that. I really like Void Idol for the ammo, mostly. Like, I'm very addicted to almost never having to keep track of my ammo. Now, I could manage that better if I went Refunder in the Enigma. But, meh. Easy clap. Yeah, that was a fun one, Avalon. I enjoyed that fight. Coach Gun's super satisfying with headshots. Oh yeah, Coach Gun feels great. Let's go cooldown for Wormhole. Yeah. Wormhole's Forebloom is fun. I just found myself addicted to Challenger, because I really, really like Rampage. It just feels good, you know? Gunslinger's not super essential here, but I don't feel like playing Hunter, and I want a class that gives me damage, so... Hunter probably never run out. Yeah, I suppose I don't have Deadly Calm maxed yet, so... Refunder does make the most sense. Every time. I always forget. Without fail. Wrong item. Smart. I like Hunter, Gunslinger, Secondary. My ult's an Engineer, Alchemist, Fire Damage, Absurd, Alchemist, status effect uptime. Alchemist just good in general with every kind of build. I'm a big Alchemist believer. Just universal damage buff. Access to 4 concoctions is just so nice, and then you get a bunch of inbuilt defense with the blight resists. And then all 3 of the skills being good in every kind of build as well. I just really like Alchemist. How to keep your reticle so tiny for Spore Bloom? Typically use Hunter's second skill for it. I'm using the Mythic Relic Fragment, which is 30%, and then I'm running Targeting Jewel for another 15%, and then I have 4 points in Handling for 16%. I might go down to 3 points in Handling, so I have a little more spread. We'll see.
This place is something else.
All deeps are really like Hunter Challenger. Yeah, any combo of the 3 Hunter Challenger Gunslinger is like incredibly good for gun DPS. I avoid Hunter Gunslinger because it's just ugh. Ugh. Challenger's a little more flavored, so I like it. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, let's do this.
Not me having to relearn how to aim at these with a different amount of spread. Just barely missing. There we go. He's beginning to believe. What I like about builds in this game is things are rarely tied to a class. Like, see someone else shotgun setup, I don't want to do hugs, trade off losing one class versus invader, but this build still works. Yeah, that's the thing with hugs. It's just big numbers. Gunslinger is providing most of the actual mechanical stuff, but Hunter is mostly just numbers. Triage have any effect on how quick a relic kills you? Yes. Triage is awesome. To my knowledge, triage affects everything except percent-based healing and lifesteal. It might affect percent-based healing. Oh, it doesn't affect lifesteal. Ad jail. Okay, you heard it. Cool. Yeah, sorry about the the scheduled one to stop free rolls. I apologize. More from the relic, so it's more healing in the same amount of time, basically. Yeah. More poop. That's my poop supply. Up to 59 poop. Your bag smells awesome. It does. Poop? Yeah. And Cora pellets is it's just poop that you eat to heal. Keep that in mind, gamers. If you're ever in poor health, eating literal shit, well, it'll certainly do something. Tastes like chicken. Thing Isa calls testicles. Kai. Yeah, it's Kai. That's what rings you're on? Sure. I'm doing Blackout Ring, Targeting Jewel, Point Focus Ring, and Outcast Ring. So Outcast is reload speed, Blackout is reload speed, Targeting Jewel is range and spread, and then Point Focus is spread.
This place gives me the creeps.
Ran out of HP once. Oh, it's fine, I'll pop armor. Forgot to re-up my consumables. Got a lot of scrap so far today, so should be able to invest. Point focus ring Narude's being Narude to me. Well, after jokes like that, how could it continue? That's a fast berserk.
That's it. For now.
Do you know any way to kill the statue that chases you when you're not looking? Yeah, you need to turn around fast enough. When you're not looking, it moves, but it also exposes the weak spot, so if you flick fast enough, the weak spot is still available. That was low-key impossible for me then. I'm not great at it either. I did it once and decided I never needed to do that again. Things creep me out. It's an effective horror trope. It's also the best Doctor Who episode. Yes, the best. Seen 2 Doctor Who episodes, and sadly, that was one of them. Oh no. The David Tennant run of Doctor Who was airing on network TV in the States when I was a kid, so that's how I got into Doctor Who. Well, it was the Eccleston run, but like, you know, it was the Tennant run. Fucking roll, catch, and grab. It's getting me often. Just shotgunner. Viper. I find it far easier to just, when she's going for that lunge, just right in the chest with a shotgun. Knocks her across the room. Super satisfying. Who is aggro to me? No, we're good now. Yourselves. Good question. Can you force a blood moon? I've heard that after killing the doe, you have a much higher chance of a blood moon. But I don't know if that's true or not. It's tough. The way blood moons work is there's a 6-minute cooldown on it checking to see if you can get one after you failed to get one. The odds go up after you get it. Blood moons last 20 minutes. After you've gotten a blood moon, it goes on cooldown for 1 hour. And you need to have at least 2 Yeisha maps loaded in to be able to see a blood moon. That's all the parameters. A lot of numbers to keep track of, but basically it's time-based, and it sucks. Putting Enigma plugs in their face and walking away. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Fightful. Ugh. Way too late. Ow. Played a little cautiously there, more than I needed to.
Glad that's over.
I was losing madness while aiming at Legion the other day. I don't know why. Functional video game. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Need a Blood Moon on Imperial Gardens. Blood Moon acquisition is like one of the most painful things in this game. I do not like anything they associated with the Blood Moon. It's not fun. Legion was my first Geisha boss. Oof. I had Kayla's Shadow. Although the Tentacles had so much HP for our first boss, like in 3-player co-op, we were convinced that something was wrong. It was crazy how hard we had to try against the Tentacles. Like, they were way tougher than the boss. Hardcore character literally walks into Geisha, gets a Blood Moon Cathedral of Omens, yoinked that Ring of Omens, had to struggle to get that on my normal run. Pain. Didn't see Kayla in solo, did see her in duo, and was fine at figuring out the water BS. Yeah, she's one of the more fair bosses, I think. Meleeable, the only thing is no weak spot. Slow telegraphed attacks. Tentacles are a bit of pain though. They all seem to take turns attacking. The tentacles are staggered in a way that's makes you have to like put your head on a swivel and see which one is doing what. Like more than one will never attack at once, which is good. You just need to find the one that's attacking. I think that's fair. I like that. It does mean that you are stretched thin if you don't take out a couple of them to narrow what you have to look at quickly. And they do get Omega Cheese to buy any AoE. Shout out to Riphide. Not the same mechanic, but it just reminds me of that. Making good progress. I think we'll be able to finish the story today. Because it's just rest of Ravager Yesha and then Root Earth.
Bad news.
Kill Doe or fight Ravager? Probably kill Doe in the interest of time. I can't be bothered to fight Ravager. Ravager was Spore Bloom yesterday. It was fine.
This ain't good. At least that's over.
Fucking love Spore Bloom. Ow.
Here they come.
What you doing, cat? Cat. It's a cat. Rude bird. There is a Kevin. He's right here. He's a very good boy. Just grab the checkpoint here. Shocker! Hey Zubsy, how you doing? Oh, Cathedral. If this was a Blood Moon, I would have actually just shat myself. Just not out of, like, surprise or fear or anything, just out of protest. Brown pants unlocked. There fish poop on the floor. Does get a lot of threats, but pants shitting's on another level. I'm different. There's no one like me. No one is willing to do what I am. Which is probably in their best interests. Eat it for all. I don't have that dog in me. Cracked egg with bicep. I'm built different. Classic.
This isn't looking good.
Hey Gamer Champ, how you doing? I heard one, but apparently there were 4.
Oh, glad that's over.
Chillin', chillin'. Chillin' is good. It's a good state to be. His strongest warriors quag his hardest battles, not shitting his pants. That's my favorite sentence from you, Viper. My favorite. Hey, Cheese. How you doing? Cheese, Cheese, Cheese. You gotta do this. You gotta do this accuracy Spore Bloom stuff. You're gonna fucking love it. It's so fun. Look at my Spore Bloom. Look how tight it is. Could be tighter. I'm keeping it a little bit loose for comfort. Flash game out there. It's a traditional RPG. You talk to this one bad guy sprite and he says, "Joke's on you, I'm actually 4 blokes." You enter battle against 4. Amazing. You're gonna shit their pants? Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna get so angry, I'm gonna shit your pants. It's just like that one time I had too much to drink, and then I blacked out, and when I woke up, CZ had shat in my pants. We're making that mistake again. Gonna grab a nap or something. All the best to you. Have a good one. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. 2010. It was a good year. Good game releases. Transpose modifier.
Great. More
Skill issue. Trying to swerve a couple of those shots while healing. Did not end up working out that way. Oops. Oh, what are you? Or your thing. They just kind of suck sometimes, don't they? Yeah, sometimes, J-Bridge. You know what doesn't suck, though? You. You don't suck, unless you want to. In which case, you're very good at it. But in the negative sense, you do not suck. I'm really hyped for Annihilation with Spore Bloom. It's just, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. Four of them got some DPS. It's real good. Dost thou even suck, bro? Asking the real questions. Yeah, Spore Bloom is real good. Like, I don't have damage rings on. Keep that in mind. If the damage seems like rather mid or unimpressed, I don't have damage rings on. And my aim sucks.
Great. The bad news.
It's hard, it does. It's super good. I'm not gonna have my cheat death, but that's fine. I'll just have to be okay at video games.
It's nice.
How's it compared to the Bulldog? It's way harder. It's way harder. Harder to use, requires more investment, but it's way harder. Bad dodge. Bad dodge. Complete lack of dodge. Might do other shit more. I can wait.
Holy hell.
He's gonna back in my life. Go crazy. Never fought this boss, not done too much issue, but still. This is the first boss I fought in the game. Hell of a first impression. Those tentacles were hard to kill for, like, a player with absolutely nothing and no knowledge of the game on day one. Ugh. Double shot sometimes? Yes, it's the bandit mutator. Hit, 30% chance to return spent ammo directly into the magazine. So, because it's a shotgun with multiple pellets, 30% chance on each of the pellets. I sit at the checkpoint. Biggest bandit chain I've seen is 7. And 7 Spore Bloom shots back to back into a weak spot is a fucking ton of damage. Oh, that was a 7. That was the 7. Speak of it and it shall appear. Way too soon. Complete skill issue. Okay. Where we go? This way. First boss was Abomination, was kind of terrifying, but good intro. Yeah, it builds good habits for sure, yeah. Abomination Big Meatball? Yes. Good aim, mate. My first two. Getting to Rude first is, some of the stuff you gotta deal with there is, like, wild. I like Yeisha as a first. The most, I think. Seems the most forgiving. Completely forgot Yeisha is in the default first one. I think the playthrough I got first is a real good way to have it. Narud first, enemy types aren't too hard. So Shahal was wild. Imposter Losum, Corruptor Yeisha. We had... Oh, excuse me. We had Ravager, Yeisha, Imposter Losum, and then Alratha and Narud. Which is like the ideal for going fast, but we weren't going fast as the first playthrough. Oh, is Yeisha as hardest world? I view it as easiest. Because, you know, you have the out of kill the doe, lol. Also, Corruptor is very straightforward. Kayla's Shadow is very forgiving. Shrewd is very forgiving. Mother Mind is very forgiving. Legion's kind of annoying, but, like, fine. And outside of the elite that throws its weak spot, the elites are pretty manageable. The mobbing. Yeah, I guess the gunners are rather toxic. Balls. Yeah, you got the roly-polies and the birds are also toxic. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Narud can definitely be more straightforward. Andrew lets me see all the balls. Sometimes that doesn't help. Side note, does that make you the ball hunter? Try time. I respect your cause and your devotion to it.
That looks important.
Now hearing that Bring Me the Horizon song. Can you feel my heart, but it's Can You See My Balls? Anyone? Anyone else that immature? Imagine dying there. Can you see my balls? Classic.
Let your hits the radiation.
Without hesitation. Fuck that dough. I wonder if, like, if it played out like this, you think the Ravager would be kind of weirded out and surprised? Someone's, like, that eager? I'd be kind of scared if I was the Ravager. Probably go back to the ward first to stock up on consumables, and then to the labyrinth and do Root Earth. Should be done with the playthrough within like an hour. Maybe less. Dota 2, I'm yet to see what Ravager fight is like. Ravager, they went all out. There's 4 different rewards depending on how exactly you handle it. It's very cool. Well, Cass is still stuck. Hoping she wouldn't be, but nope.
Well, come round again sometime here.
Keep your wits about you.
Seeing Sport Woman actions giving me the inspiration. Need to beat Annihilation to further my first 2 attempts of the day that I've ever before. I need that gun. Motivation. The power of it. Unparalleled.
I'll be here if you need fixing.
Am I done uncorrupted? Oh, I think I have enough. Cass finally dropped a new ring, 4 to go. It just hates me.
What?
That's okay. It's mutual. But I can still complain about it. And all day today, starting at 10:30 this morning, people were leaf blowing, and then starting at like 2, people have been mowing the lawns non-fucking stop. There's a headache just back of my head from the constant just hum out there. I hate it. I hate it. Can we get to the winter so people don't go outside? I hate the cold. I'm just willing to take it for the silence. Imagine going outside. Cannot relate. I don't hear much outside here right now. Too hot. 97 degrees. Ugh. Ugh. Fuck the cold. Amen, dude. Amen. That whole idea that if you were born in winter you like the cold, nah, that's a myth. I'm a January baby and I cannot be fucking bothered to even pretend to like the cold. mention this every time I go to Root Earth, but I really like the spawn placement they did in this room. So these X of like little things, they spawn when you get close to any of the hidden items in the room for the first time. There's a ton of hidden items in this room in Ashen Wasteland, and they clue you in on being near one with an enemy spawn. It's so clever.
Oh, what?
I didn't respect that thing. I need to get that out of the fucking way. Come on, Mini Venom, where you at? Got the all kill, let's go. All the silly things here, like fear of the heat. That is the canon explanation. Okay, back to not paying attention. The blast through the first part and been under a minute, slowly survived longer during the second part. That's how it clicks. That's how you get it. You got it, Snow. Won't be long though. Yeah, the biggest hurdle is just consistently getting to phase 2 and surviving the first 10 seconds without burning all your resources. That's it. I'm bad. I'm terrible. I'm awful. I'm the goat. How good's Royal Hunting Bow? Good. It being a bow with good stats and then it has an open mod slot. I think it's inferior to Crescent Moon for raw damage, but having the open mod slot can be useful depending on what you're doing. Electrifying water without consequences truly isn't Borderlands. Still not over how mean this boss was on the melee run. It was crazy.
I wonder what that is.
Wow. I take that pretty well. Wag aim moment. Truly tragic. The music on this boss goes so fucking hard. I really need the soundtrack for this game in my playlist. Okay. I deserve that. There's that one too. Deserve that too. Thank God, friends. Deserve that. Got very greedy here. Just decided to DPS race him instead of doing mechanics anymore.
That was rough.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Cancer gets absolutely memed by Stonebreaker, like to a hilarious degree. Something about the way the hitbox works, you can just hit the weak spot consistently as well. 50% of bar 2, huge. Huge W. Do I just run through here? I think maybe I just run through. Of course it happened, right?
Yeah.
What world? Uyesha. You said it was the one you found hardest? Do it. You can try shooting in the Guitar Hero phase? Yeah. I like using single shot weapons. So having short windows is fine because you do your full burst DPS. You can reload while you're dodging. That should run out. Wow, directly in the dome. There's a lot happening in this room. My frames do not like what we've done to the place. I just brought home a office chair for me. Let's go. Is it comfy? No Venom, don't do it. Aw. I ran out of stamp. I actually had that. I just, I rolled one too many times. Weren't. That's fine. I want to get this chest anyway. And switch to HP. In hardcore, I would never have done that. Pulling everything like that. Up. It's like a $500 chair with all the lumbar stuff, and the arms are all adjustable score. Ooh, big W. Big. so I can't take those very well. We have that. Ow. Some space. We don't need to do Bane. Just leave Bane there. Don't need the trait book. Don't need the chests either. Just kind of running through. Venom will be fun. It's got a very exposed weak spot. As long as I'm patient, it'll be fine.
Shit.
Enigma's not really going to be useful here, but who cares? It's the Spore Bloom show. Generator Spiteful. Dodge left, I need to dodge right on that. Yeah, Spiteful makes that one shot. That's good info to have. Gotta respect that a little more than I was. heal, and then wasn't enough. Yep. That's fine. Good first attempt. I took that early mistake and lost that cheat death to not respecting the lunge. I thought he was doing the shoulder check, but his HP wasn't that low. He was doing the stab. That was just bad choices. I'm being exceptionally greedy and I'm not sure why. I shouldn't have gone for that fucking on there. Suddenly die. Agreed. I knew the exact second. Like, I went and did that last shot, and I should have just turned and run. Let me drink something. Suddenly dying. Sound like Shroud? You know, that's not the first time I've heard that, Cookie Maker. I don't even know what Shroud sounds like. I've never watched Shroud, but I've heard that. Join stream, keep it up. I appreciate that. Thank you. Glad you're having a good time. Oh, you can stagger him out of that. Good info. Good iframes. Agreed. It always gets you. I keep seeing the big red numbers, and I'm like, I want more of the big red numbers. But I don't get any of the big red numbers if I'm dead. almost got me. Knew it. See, that's the thing with Venom. Like, it's me. Something about this boss, I kind of suck. Every run, Venom's the true final boss. I think by the end, I'm just getting too impatient. Oh. I was there. Shoulder bash. I'm supposed to do the other one. Alright. Focus. Same attack every time, though. At least that's consistency. Start playing around with Merciless. Merciless is cool. I really want to do more railgun stuff with Merciless. I want to try a boar on like the sidearm, and then Merciless, and you railgun through it. That seems like that could be a good time. Bleed is a status effect. It's not an elemental damage source, but it is a status effect. I gotta just sprint instead of trying to roll down. So I'm consistent in getting hit by that too. That's an area you don't want consistency. Suppose I could also, if I was of a mind, do it. I could put Black Hat on instead of one of my spread rings, but nah, shouldn't need that. I want to get to the good stuff. Let me through, Venom. Just let me through. Enough of that. Every run, Venom is the boss that walls me the longest. Doesn't matter what kind of run I'm doing. I suppose with Melee, I did get walled a bit longer on Legion, just because it was early and I needed the resources. Thanks for promoting Void Idol. You like it? It's so good. It's so good. Makes my scattergun actually last. It makes it just incredibly efficient. I'm a really big fan of that. Huge, huge, huge. Do I want Tranquil Heart here? No, I think I want something active. I want something active. Oh, Crystal Heart. Or is it not to? Still skill duration. Spread. Spot damage. I will put Black Hat on here. I'm not above that. Mr. Sean, how you doing? Gonna lose this track of time. Bro really does. I've only been live 6.5 hours. We're at the final boss, Rolo. We got it. I have to liquid escape. We're gonna do annihilation on PP%. For the content.
Okay.
way too soon. Oh, vicious, huh? I didn't even look. Okay. I'll respect you, Annihilation. That's fine. Bad aim. Bad aim. Touch you soon. I don't need ammo box. I have void. Skill issue. Oh, that was bad. He's choking. I'm doing the same thing I did against Venom, where I see the big red numbers and then I get happy. Forgot to put my poop on my hotbar. That would have been useful here. Yeah, that's fine. As well as second phase just sucks. It's just one of those that you gotta, like, actually focus up. Unlike what I was doing. No one's fault but my own there. That was a really good first try, though. Need my poop on my bar. Get down, actually like this boss. Me too. Me too. I'm a big fan. I enjoy it. It's a good boss. Any deaths here are just my fault. That horrendous aim. That horrible greed. Thought I timed that well, but I didn't. Delete some poop. I don't want to use a heart. Nice iframes. Actually helped me out a little bit there. much too early. Accidental melee. Okay. Yeah. Forgot to reload my Enigma. Attention to detail. I've never actually finished the fight while in this phase before. Part of the game, this is the final boss. I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna stress watching this. Yeah, it's the final boss. There's a lot going on.
Now you tell me.
I'd hoped it would not come to
The final boss, let's go. I got it. You can do it too, Rolo. Best of luck.
Hey. Hey! There's gotta be a way. What are we doing here if there isn't a goddamn way?
Yeah, Venom took a while, but third try Annihilation? Is that third? I think that was third.
Keep.
Hey, say it with me, chat. You gotta. It's coming. You know what it is.
What's going on?
Tempted by assume it's worth it? Absolutely. I got almost 300 hours in this game since it came out. A month ago. A month ago tomorrow. I have 300 hours. So, yeah. Great game. Okay, doing it solo? Yeah, yeah. I play mostly solo. I did my first playthrough with 2 friends, but other than that, I played mostly solo.
Wiping everything. Starting over.
Starting over? I thought we were trying to stop that from happening.
We have no choice.
Oh, my darling.
The root will
I get
destroy.
it. Not sure at all you're persistent and half decent at dodging. Only half, though.
all
You're more than half
time.
decent. Boom. Take the compliment. Alright, come on. Hurry up. I got a liquid escape. I gotta stay for the funny, though. I don't want to miss it. Persistent trash at dodging. The way you get less trash at dodging is by practicing dodging.
No. Keep. There's
Hey.
another way. Traveler! On me!
Clementine! I don't know why it's so funny. I don't know why I love it so much. It's just the best. And the music just starts going incredibly hard again for no reason. You know what? Science. You guys enjoy. Enjoy phase 3. That shit out fast. Well, not literal shit, but... so funny. It really is, Shard. What did I just see? What, that was phase 3. To beat phase 3, it's a hidden mechanic. You have to go take a piss immediately. It's very important. Anyone who's completed the boss, you can vouch for me, right? It's also count? Ah, I didn't know that. Thank you for testing. Has to be logs. Be out. Remnant 2, try not to flashbang you or drown you in red. Difficulty impossible. And we can skip this. Yeah, there we go. Did a neat little Apoc playthrough today. Took like what, 4 hours with half an hour being stuck on Venom, so yeah. It's my favorite gun to use. I really enjoy the Spore Bloom. It's been so enjoyable. It's between Spore Bloom and Starshot, I think. Those are my 2 favorite guns. Came back to my Brabus, it's glitched and gave me the rewards for free. Ooh. I guess you get them. That is one of the endings of all time. There's a post-credits where, you know, your character wakes up and takes a breath, and that's it. I mean, everyone gets put back, but, like, yeah. So, I'm wondering where DLC is going to go narratively. Be interesting. Will it let me on my character? Sometimes it doesn't after I beat the game. Not gonna beat the game for funny. Oh no, but like the satisfaction, the personal satisfaction. It was great otherwise, that ending was wild. It's certainly a choice. You know, the good old everybody dies, but not really. Thematically, it kind of makes sense. The root is unstoppable. Literally unstoppable. The only way to stop it is by deleting reality and then putting it back. Just Discord? Yeah, exclamation point Discord. Yeah, Spore Bloom with this accuracy, really good time. In hindsight, for Annihilation, I would have been better served by a little less red and then like a little more range. Like swapping out point focus or something that gave range would have been better. But I am mad. Still went plenty well. Whole thing reminded me of the X-Men Saga Genesis game where you literally hit the reset button on the console to progress. Ha, that's cool. Resting 3.4k DPS with a bad bandit RNG. That's pretty good. Fun build. Do recommend you try it out. Bandit Spore Bloom with a bunch of spread. Your favorite gun supportive classes. I like Challenger Gunslinger. Hunter Gunslinger is obviously disgusting. You do Invader. Any of those. Just don't be a handler. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Nice organic stopping point. Been live almost 7 hours. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing in Remnant 2, but it will be in Remnant 2. I hope to see you guys then. Thank you so much for all the support and chatting, vibing. It's all appreciated. All helps me out a lot. Who's live doing the thing? A pilot is playing No Man's Sky. We rated pilot yesterday though. Mr. NNG is playing Wayfinder. Last time I rated him, he wasn't really able to get into the game, so we can do that this time. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Mr. Epic NNG. And I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much. Seriously. It's cool having people just here, hanging out, talking shop, while I beat my face against Remnant and specifically try not to play the absolute strongest things, but also make it weird enough to be interesting to me. I'm a little picky when it comes to my builds, and Remnant 2 allows that, so Remnant 2 is the GOAT. Yeah, y'all are great. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.